Hello guys and welcome everyone to the Le Mans virtual series, to the 6 hours of Spa, guys. Welcome to the start of our watch party, as we're not starting the car. David Mrožek will start the car. Currently the session is in warm-up, and that means we are jumping onto the watch party screen.
To come up with a race that would last for 24 hours for motor cars. So that was when it all started.
We're about to get
October
going. 5 minutes to the pace lap.
We are now within touching distance of the centenary race.
Thank you, Arcturus. Appreciate it.
We are seconds away from the start. formation lap is almost over.
And here comes Verstappen into the lead of the race already. Drogovic respectful to his pseudo teammate, and Max Verstappen leads Le Mans.
In 2020, a crazy idea to run Le Mans during lockdown, just to open this huge Pandora's box that has become Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual and the Le Mans Virtual Series, and it just continues to grow and grow and grow. Looking forward to that coming up in January of 2023, and then a short 5-month wait for Le Mans itself. But before we get to all of that, we have today's racing to get underway. The 6 hours here at Spa-Francorchamps.
So we're looking at the gridding. My bad, we're listening to the national anthem first. Honestly, I think this has some charm, hasn't it? Jerome understood.
Round 3 of the Virtual Le Mans Series is about to get underway. Cars are on the grid. The weather is set fair for the moment, at least as we get ready for the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. Let's take a look at our starting lineup. They will be paced away by the 23 Porsche Commander car of Josh Rogers, with Team Redline's Diogo Pinto starting alongside him on row 1. Row 2, Jenny Simoncic and Tom Latier, after a great qualifying run in the rain by the Alpine esports team, to go fourth, fast ahead of Max Benecki in the number 1 car for Team Redline, and AMG Team Patronus Esports Bono House. Next up, Mitchell de Jong in the second of the Porsche Commander cars. Looked like he might have had a shot at pole, but he is on row 4 of the grid. Row 5, RAG, starting with Erhan Yayovski and Peter Briak for Williams Esports. On row 6, we have got more of our LMP2 field with David Mrocek and Nuno Pinto for Nexu Van Wall and Team Fordzilla. Marco Pescic starts for Yas Heat Veloce. They'll be hoping for less collateral damage than last time out. And Darius Andre for Pescarolo. RHG's number 18 car, another one that will be hoping not to be the victim of so many of other people's incidents as they were in Monza. They start on row 8, and on row 9, Rocket Sim Sport and Panis Racing Team with Thibaut Casubon in the 65 car. For Brabham Esports, Arno Schöneveld starts, and Nakib Aslan in the Axel car, number 21. Still working our way through the P-class field. Vectors, Jan Granqvist and Janus Brasok for Arnage competition. ahead of Andre Marichak and Luis Diaz for Mexico Racing Team. Our GTE pole sitter Kevin Siggy for BMW Team Redline, but Alan Turchett starts alongside for Team BS competition in another of the Beamers. It's an all Porsche second row. Project One's Moritz Lerner ahead of Yuri Kasdorp in the Oracle Red Bull racing car, and again they will be hoping to at least exit La Source, pointing the right direction. Mohamed Patel, the third of the BMWs for Mahler, ahead of the best Ferrari Sim Maranello, starting in 6th in the GTE field, with the D-Station Aston surrounded by Maranello machinery, because they've got one in front, one beside and one behind. ProDrive Fire Sports behind them, and Simsa Esports also on the same row 17 of the grid. On row 18, the best of the Proton Porsches, Charlie Collins in 77 ahead of R8G's Ferrari. Timotej Anjonovski starting that one. Satellite Racing, their Aston Martin, Jimmy Nasula ahead of Rasmus Busk for P1 in their 111 Porsche. And working further down the grid, the 88 car for Proton, Coanda, another of the 911s, with the Chinese entered in-speed racing machine alongside them on row 20 of the grid. So lots of cars, lots of drivers, and as we have just potentially, I think, possibly flagged up once or twice, Roman Grosjean and Max Verstappen will be joining us as well. So cars heading out on the formation lap, and Chris McCarthy, it is dry overhead, it is dry on the ground, and that means, at least for now, they won't have to make too many difficult tyre choices. So right now, ready to get the race underway, and they'll just have to race until and if something happens with the weather.
Yeah, we can see the guys heading up the hill now. Yellow sidewalls there on the Porsche Coanda, so they have gone for the medium tyres, it seems. So we were expecting, myself and Lewis McGlade, who's obviously going to be in throughout the race talking to the guys, we expect maybe medium tyres and a double stint, around 18 laps we're expecting for stint times in the LMPs. GTEs we expect to go to around 26 laps, and we expect them maybe to use the soft tyre in single stint in this race, but we'll have to wait and see. But as you said, all the guys setting off now, 6 hours of racing coming up.
Benneke starts right ahead of you, right?
Just to clear this up, each driver has to do a minimum of 60 minutes and can do no more than 180. So each driver has to at least do that. And there we have our first look at our pole sitter in GTE.
Kevin Siggy looking as calm and relaxed in the dry as he was. In fact, looks a little busier in the dry.
Yeah, and that looks like the softs on him
than he was in the way. Yeah.
So that's going to be, looks like he is going to go for the softs and single stint, that one. So yeah, it's we're looking for them to go around 26 laps in this one.
So the field will go round in single file, then form up in 2x2 as they start to come up the hill, essentially towards Blanchimont and the bus stop. And a little change in the way the race will be started.
If you get a penalty,
the safety car will beetle off towards the pit lane, and it will then be down to Josh Rogers, the LMP pole sitter, to pace the field. When he goes, everybody goes green. That's the way that works. For Kevin Siggy in the BMW, who's pacing the GTE field, he will be told by race director Eduardo Freitas, go, 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 or green, 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 or whatever. So because it's not quite when you see the lights, that's when you go. That's the way it works out. And the well, you can see the BMWs there right up behind the LMP field. Normally, in a real-world race, they would be dropping back a little bit to give themselves some racing room. We don't want to get tangled up behind the P cars immediately. There's the Oracle Red Bull car, Yuri Kasdorp starting that one. Again, their race, I mean, barely started before it had effectively finished in Monza. They got clattered before they even crossed the start-finish line, so it can only be better here, can't it?
Yeah, still championship leaders, but only just ahead of BMW Team Redline, who are only 5.5 points back now. So they have to try and hold on to this advantage. They can see that Redline car ahead, and they'll want to clear up those cars ahead of them as quickly as possible. But this is going to be interesting. Now it's dry to see if GTE is any different today.
Decent track temperature as well, 26 degrees. That's, I mean, you know, in real world November, that would be a lovely autumnal day here at Spa-Francorchamps. So let's see what comes of that. And again, sitting on board, riding in our P class up to the bus stop. And the pace will be set by the man in front, Josh Rogers. So we're with Jurni Simoncic, third on the grid. Let's get ready to go racing here at Spa. When the leader goes, we go. And we go, green flags waved, 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps is underway. Round 3 of the 2020 Le Mans Virtual Series. The LMPs come steaming down into turn 1. Awesome. Nobody facing the wrong way, which is great news for everybody. And it is our poleman, Josh Rogers, who has the lead as they pile on speed down the hill. Can't cross before the start line, so that Porsche jumping out from behind timed it pretty well, I think, but it is still the red line BMW, and then the BS car in second place. See the green rear of the BMW coming down the hill. Yes, it is still BMW 1. No, it's not. So there's a change there. And up at the top of the hill now, Lecombe, there is your race leader. So Josh Rogers right in front of us. We ride with Jurni Simoncic. So Simoncic has already got past Team Red Lines. Diogo Punto, who started on the outside the front row. You can see him in the rear view mirrors there. And Chris, yeah, 5 hours and 59 minutes to go. We're 1 minute in, and it's all action already.
Yeah, good start for our pole sitters. Porsche Coanda already getting a gap in, and as you can see, Floyd Van Wall, our championship leader, is getting straight up into second place. So they'll want to try and get after the leaders now, Porsche. It looked like we did have a change towards the front in GTE. I think that might have been the Project 1 car who might have slotted up into second place. We'll pick that up in just a bit, though. Let's stay with LMP for now. Here we can see our second place car, Floyd Van Wall Burst, coming now making their way. Let's jump on board with them as we make the run down towards Blanchimont. You can see Porsche Coanda immediately getting a gap out front here, stretching their legs to around a second as we make the run down to the bus stop chicane for the first time, for the first of 6 hours here at Spa.
One outlier, Alpine Esports. 2 outliers, GR Vector as well on the soft tyre now. So it's going to be very interesting now. Everybody else will be looking at what happens with those cars. Not on lap 1, not on lap 2, but on lap 8 and 10 and 12 and 14 and towards the end of the stint, whether that soft tyre holds up. And that will educate, possibly, right even up to the end of the in-lap when you're programming what you want into that. And so this is where multi-car teams and teams with 2 or 3 sets of engineers will have a big advantage, because they can really focus on what the option tyre is doing, and clearly almost everybody's gone with a medium.
I think what might happen there is Alpine will want to get out of a busy pit lane, because remember, this is going to be an incredibly busy pit lane. We're using that full endurance pit lane, but let's take a look at this replay first of all.
Well, there's the BMW, and that's the Project 1 car. Made a really good start, and wow, dodged a bullet there. Enormous luck for Moritz Lerner. That was some Lerner driving. That was really high. he was very lucky to get away with that. We saw in the European Le Mans Series race here a couple of months ago, we saw an enormous spin up at the top of Rédillon, where the car was just missed by another coming unsighted up over the brow. Here is the Oracle Red Bull car on the inside of the FS Velas machine. Oh, yeah, nice and close, but the Ferrari hanging on. And in these dry conditions, the Ferrari looking like it might be a bit more of a racy car than it was before.
Yeah, the Marla car was the one that actually got into second right at the start there. The green coloured car, we can see that one went really well. That's one of the other BMWs, got straight up into second. But Sim Maranello, the top Ferrari, up in third place. Then it's the Porsche, or was the Porsche of Oracle Red Bull. So Ferrari's now running third and fourth, BMWs 1 and 2 as we go back towards the front of the field in LMP, and we look at what is now becoming the alternate strategy for Alpine. They are running the softer tyre. Maybe it's to get out of a busy pit lane. This is what we were told was going to be the more predominant strategy, but it's now become the alternate strategy. So they're going to single stint these stops perhaps and get out of when everyone piles in at the same time.
Well, maybe they're just looking at everybody else going, Jimmy, guys, what are you doing?
You get disqualified.
I mean, you know,
we always get told, thing is, me and Lewis always get told the strategies, and it's the complete opposite.
They just do it for lols, don't they?
Yeah.
But, you know, it's not hot.
And you need to do it this lap.
Maybe the soft tyre will work well. There's the ARC Bratislava car. Where are they at the moment? Sort of 2/3 of the way down the field, just outside the top 18. That was a good start from the Mahler BMW, by the way, in GT. They were 6th on the grid, and as you said, out of La Source, they were already into 2nd place. So clearly they've spent the time since qualifying coating the car in margarine or something so it can slip through tiny gaps.
Yeah, down in P12 in the championship as well. So really,
I don't know, I'm poking Jimmy, but
in terms of where they are this season. So a great start to the race for them, but a long way to go in this race, of course. As we look back, this is the Triple 8 car, the winners last time out, trying to make their way up the order after a bad qualifying last time out. The R8G car is going to be side by side now down the Kemmel Straight with Simsa Esports in the orange coloured car there, and to the right hand side of screen that should be the Triple 8 R8G making the move, and does so, and that is a position gain there for R8G. Just having a look who's in that car is Andonovsky in that car.
Well, Simsa qualified 10th, so they're heading in the wrong direction, aren't they? And again, there may have been a little bit of getting caught up with other people at the start. You can see the team BS BMW down in 8th place, having started 2nd. So be interesting to see exactly what happened to that car on the opening lap. Possibly the little bits that we saw on at La Source weren't the entire story. They so rarely are, obviously.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, ProDrive have made a good start as well. They were P9 in class, and they've got up to 5th, top Aston Martin so far.
And look at D-Station down in 11th. Again, they were in that sort of 6 to 10 group with 3 Ferraris, weren't they? Of whom Sim Maranello and Essa Villas have definitely
Richie were running in P11.
And what happened to the Porsches? They were 2nd, they were 3rd and 4th on the grid, weren't they? And suddenly, there they are, down in 6th and 7th. So there has been an awful lot going on in the opening lap. On board with Sim Maranello there for a moment, chasing the Mahler BMW, as we get back to the number 8 R8G eSports car in 8th place, with Williams behind and Williams in front. It almost sounds like Formula 1, doesn't it? Well, there is the battle for second. There's Mahler with the 2 Ferraris right behind, and no sign whatsoever of the leader, because after 2 laps, 3.3 seconds clear, Kevin Siggy, which not only goes to show how happy he is with Spa, how happy he is with the car, but also
started P11,
what the
so everything
battle
is good.
behind him is doing.
We got a penalty on the start
just to
for
run
nothing,
free
though,
and
and we
unhindered.
got that removed.
You can see him in the distance there, already halfway down the old pit straight into Eau Rouge.
2 seconds clear. Here we can see this is
crazy
now.
though, like
battle going on
how
here for second. A bit
far
of a queue forming
BMW
behind,
Team Redline is already
ready to get past, and the first of them is going to be Sim Maranello down the Kemmel Straight, pulls to the outside, and it's going to be a drag race now down towards Lake Om, and that should be move complete for Sim Maranello.
Well, I don't know. See, the problem is who's got the better top speed. Now, we know that Ferrari has been extremely quick in the speed traps, no matter what the Ferrari teams tell us. They do get great speed trap numbers. That's not all of your lap time, but again, you can see Mohammed Patel there in the middle of a 3-way sandwich. He's having to defend in both mirrors, and that's not easy. And again, you see there, Christian Malguera, who we're looking back from mid-corner to exit, slower than the BMW. So different cars make their speed in different ways. Into a corner, through a corner, out of a corner, short straights, long straights, slow corners, high-speed corners, mid-speed corners. They all make their speed in a different way. What we'll be telling is if the car in second now, if Christian Malguera in that white and black Ferrari, if he can start to creep away from the Mahler BMW in third, then again, Mohammed Patel is just going to have to fight a rearguard action against the long queue behind him. So if he is going to be a stopper in the bottle, then so be it. You know, they will have set their car up to be as
for your information, we're going to jump into the car in 1 hour roughly.
They need to look at those settings and make some adjustments when they get into the pit stops. The problem there, of course, Chris, is making adjustments costs time. It might gain you time, but you've got to invest that time in the pit lane to start with.
I'll be right back.
I'll tell you what, Proton could be the ones to watch in this battle, because they've come flying up the order. They started down to P11 out of these GTs. Whoa, SFLS losing the rear end
Yeah.
there. They catch the car. They're going to slot in behind Oracle Red Bull, so they're going to slot in back in P7. So from 4th to 7, just like that in one corner. And I don't think they were helped round either. I don't know.
No.
That might have just been a mistake.
It didn't look like contact. I don't think the Pro Drive. We were on board with the Pro Drive car as it happened, and you didn't see that sort of shock of the shunt from the Ferrari. You also saw right behind Satellite, the red, white, and blue, or the white, red, and blue, the IMSA Nissan liveried Aston Martin. That car getting ahead of BS in the BMW. So our second-placed qualifier is now down in 9th place.
Wow. Yeah, a really bad start for BMW BS plus competition.
Well, and even if they'd lost, you know, most of those places on lap 1, they've just been passed again, and they've been passed by D stations. So there is definitely something going on there. Now, what's the difference between BS and Redline? Because there was 21 thousandths of a second difference in qualifying, and now there's 8.6 seconds difference after, what, 3 laps, 4 laps? That's 2 seconds a lap.
Yeah.
Even if some of that is down to one big loss from an incident that we didn't see in the opening lap, he's still losing ground to everyone around him.
And Alan Terzic is in the car.
He's down to 12th now. He's just been passed by P1 and R8G.
I mean, he was one of the drivers who actually jumped in qualifying. It was, as Lewis pointed out, well, perhaps our first ever driver swap in a qualifying session. So Alan Terzic jumped in. So it wasn't like he, you know, we didn't see him yesterday. He was one of the drivers that helped put that car where it is on the front row. Now we've got under investigation 51.
That's the 51 Ferrari. So that's
888 to the wall. Okay.
Well, that's. So we talked about R8G and the travails that they've had. The R8G Ferrari eased into the wall, and that may well have been again on the opening lap somewhere that we didn't necessarily see. Well, here is the Mahler BMW under pressure again. Yeah,
down the inside.
Such an unusual colour, that Aston Martin Pro Drive Fire. Oh, and look at the Proton 77 car trying to get in on the action as well.
Yeah, it's going to make a move here, aren't they? And they're about to throw it down the inside at last source.
Yep.
They've been waiting too long now.
Well, you just need to cover off the inside, because basically then the guy on the outside can't turn in across your nose. It's a full, almost handbrake turn there. If you're part way alongside, he cannot risk it. That's all you need to do. You don't need to outbrake him. You just need to be there and then force him to make the choice. And the choice is always a no-brainer. You have to concede the corner. And again, the Mahler car, Mohammed Patel there, in that white car with the green rear end, under pressure now for 3rd place, for 4th place rather, because Pro Drive we're looking back from, and a little bit of contact with the Proton Coanda car that just goes around the outside at Les Combes.
Yeah, good move there from Proton. There he goes through. BMW Redline out front have a 5-second lead over Sim Marinello. And then it's a further 1.2 back to Pro Drive, who are absolutely flying. They did put in a really good performance back at Monza, and they're doing similar things in the first stint of this race. But a great start to the race so far. Plenty of overtaking, and there's going to be potentially another one here.
Yeah, SF Velas need to really mind their P's and Q's, because how far we've
had a warning for them,
We're 14 minutes into 6 hours. Eduardo has already noticed you twice. Can I just point out that's twice too many in 14 minutes, because that's going to make the remaining 6 hours very long indeed. So they properly need to just calm down a little.
See you there, Luca. Enjoy.
From Van Wall by 3.5 seconds. Josh
Ben
Rogers
Geider, I don't know.
Yeni Simoncic, Diogo Punto,
if it's original BOP or
passed in the first corner, but is hanging on there in 3rd place. And Tom Lartilleur in that 36 car, the Alpine eSports
is
car,
doing a good job staying tight with the group.
Last time around 2 minutes 0.57. Now that was their best lap on a soft tyre and a 1:59.9. Only one car has been sub 2 minutes in LMP, and that is Josh Rogers. So what's the current Alpine eSports 12? Come on now, that's elapsed time. Let's get the last lap. There we go. Get the timing around.
Whilst you're doing that,
2 minutes 1.1. So actually, not as quick as any other car in the top 8.
So these.
I think
the softer tyre
lapping
really
already happening now.
Doing anything for them?
No.
It's keeping them there.
Oh,
it may
it
not
is
be living its best
already
life.
happening.
Leaders are in traffic. Here they are. There is the battle for second. Jenny Simoncic and Diogo Pinto right behind him. And we ride on board with Diogo Pinto in that Team Redline car. And look, coming up, slingshotting up the hill behind, Tom Lartilleur. You can see the little green arrow pointing at him as we look in front. All having to dive through these GT battles. And this is where the real world drivers really earn their money as well. So too do the virtual world drivers. Knowing who you think you can trust and who you possibly aren't sure you can, and deciding if the gap is going to be there when you get to where it's potentially closing.
Yeah, of course, it's
that's the
hurting big time,
Again,
but same for everyone,
carving
right?
through traffic, it's a little bit like leapfrogging your way up a queue of cars on the motorway. You've just got to know where the next gap is going to open up for you.
Yeah, and you can see there, Red Bull just left them enough room on the inside.
However, losing out as a result, the Red Bull Porsche now suddenly under real pressure from the 51 Ferrari that throws it down the inside as they come into Piff Paff, or Haute Fagna, as we should theoretically call it these days. I'm afraid I'm a bit of an old fellow when it comes to that, but the battle for second again, so often
and the Red Bull lost
it is
place.
a quicker car coming by, putting your rival offline, that makes a difference in a GT battle. There again, Proton Firer. Okay, that was okay for them. They were already drifting out from the apex, and that allowed the LMP cars some room to go through. But again, when you're being chased like Jenny Simoncic is, you've got to make the moves. You've got to make it happen. In fact, this is Diogo Pinto now with Tom Lartilleur in the Alpine, the blue car, all over the back of him. Jenny Simoncic has got away, and Diogo Pinto there getting held up a little in traffic, and that's allowed the Alpine to come from sort of 1.5 seconds back to suddenly right on him.
Look at the traffic, oh my god.
Red Bull there, no longer with the SFLS car around them, because they have got through, and look at all this traffic around the Red Bull, and it's just allowing that SFLS car to get away, but that same amount of traffic is now going to catch the Ferrari.
And the real problem is it doesn't catch him necessarily in the same place. So the Ferrari's already, again, look at here at the Aston Martin behind the Porsche, you know, already, you know, through Eau Rouge and building up your own speed
wave
up the
of
straight.
traffic
now,
is
you're just getting a
always
little
so
bit of a tow
ugly
from all these LMP cars that come by. And in the Red Bull, the Oracle Red Bull Porsche, you've just got to go, you've just got to let it go. You can't just be going, oh, again, because this is 6 hours. It will be swings and roundabouts. You will have better breaks in traffic to make up for the really shocking lap you've just suffered. But look at the distance now. Barely 2 car lengths behind the Ferrari, who has also been held up and has now it's come back to you. So that's, you know, that's the thing about long distance racing. It is a long game. You've just got to let it come to you.
Yeah, here we're on board with Satellite. They're going to be the next one to get a move done potentially on Oracle Red Bull Racing. On board with them through Pouon now. Let's see, you can see the SFLS car up on the road. Now all that traffic is cleared, they can actually see where they are again in terms of everyone else.
And you can also see the green rear end of the Marla BMW. So the Marla car is fifth, so 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th.
That was a great example, wasn't it, of traffic. Yellow flag is out there as well, so I don't know what's happened there.
Well, somebody's had a little bit of contact just in front.
Well, Sim Marinello just dropped a place to Pro Drive.
So they may well have had a little gravel trappy excursion.
That did scare me slightly.
Now then, here comes the Aston for Satellite. And its similarity, we gather, to Paul Newman era Z cars in IMSA racing is no accident. The other inspiration was the RML MG Lolas that Mike Newton campaigned over the years. You can see a lot of both liveries in that. So here we go with Satellite. This is for 7th place. Jimmy Nisula all over Yuri Kasdorp, and there's the Ferrari in front. Very slow out to the bus stop. They're both going to get by the Sim Marinello car. Yeah, come on, stick your nose in. You're there, you're there, you're there. Yes, he's on the outside. Now, look for the Red Bull car. The Red Bull car drifted out a little wide as well. The Red Bull Porsche just trying to take a bit too much from the Marla BMW, and as a result, too deep into last.
They're going to be 4 wide at the end of Camel.
And so it now, again, has that Aston Martin right behind. So, again, looking from the satellite viewpoint, yes, this all worked well on the outside. That's fine. I've got the slingshot. Here we go. You're getting a side draft as well. Imagine these cars are like speedboats. You can see where the weight comes out on a boat. You don't see it in a car, but it works exactly the same. So that was that last lap. Everything just dropped nicely into place for the satellite Aston Martin.
Bono,
that
good
really
job.
worked well, and he really capitalised on it. He really took advantage, Jimmy Nasula, and he's just sitting there going, yes, 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 come on, baby, come on, baby. And you know, when you have a lap like that where the traffic breaks for you, it just really gives you inspiration. And similarly for the driver in the Red Bull Porsche, you know, you're just going, Yuri Kazov just going, oh, okay, come on, stop, guys, now. But you've just got to refocus, reset,
yeah, but
put it out of your
it's
mind.
a shame, like the Porsche is no good in
appear to be in some sort of
VOP, I
they
think.
were running in third, and they are tumbling down the order incredibly quickly.
Can I just point out they're still ahead of BMW B?
Yes,
they've gone
Bono.
They've gone to
Quite a
11th.
big one.
We're about to, I think, find out exactly
Timmy
what happened
in
to them
45
now.
minutes roughly.
They've picked up some damage potentially.
Ooh.
Let's find out what happened to them.
Hey, then they will.
18R8G car in the middle
Oh
of
my
all
God.
of that. And a very hard
and
impact.
that's the car we saw in the pit lane as well, the accident car. So
yeah.
Oh, well, there we go. And that's
Yeah,
what
nasty
can also
traffic
happen
stuff.
in traffic. You talked about the swings and roundabouts, so you had the satellite, how you can get that extra motivation from traffic, but it can also go very, very badly there.
I mean, some real impatience there being shown by the LMP drivers, I'm afraid. There's not one of those three of them actually came out of that with any kind of degree of honour. And they will argue
did really look
differently,
exactly
but
the same.
you can't ignore the fact that there is a slower car in the way. They managed to get out of it, apart from Nabil Aslan. We had also another pit visitor, 101, the GR Vector Esports car. And again, you come in the Formula One pit lane, come all the way round and then all the way down the heritage pits, the old pit lane, before you come back out onto track. So any pit stop is a very, very long one here.
Well, speaking of, we were told, myself and Lewis were told, that a drive-through will take around 61 seconds.
And feel like 2.5 weeks.
Yeah, a full fuel and tyres will take around 1 minute and 54. So, yeah, you don't want to get a drive-through here, basically. You're going to lose a lot of time. And you don't want to do an extra pit stop either. You don't want to misjudge your fuel.
So why was Adam Maguire in the pits?
Was he one of those three cars?
Yeah, that was 101. GR Vector. No, was it? No, he was. I don't think he was. I thought it was 18 in the middle, and was he on the outside on the Ferrari drivers right?
Axel were in the pits. They were involved.
Yeah, well, we saw them hitting the wall hard.
Sim Maranello are in the pits.
Yeah,
and I think they must have been the
other
two
car.
in the second car in that sandwich. Because we had another car that went in the gravel, and I think that was it.
May well have been. So back with GT, Kevin Siggy now leading by 5.4 seconds. Not much wrong with his car. Last time round for him, 2:16.8. Charlie Collins, second in the 77 Proton Coanda car, 2:15.5. And Lasse Sorensen in the Pro Drive Fire Esports car, 2:16.2. So only one car in the 15s, and that's Charlie Collins in second place, car number 77, as we look down on the 111. So that is our 10th place car.
I'll be right back.
Right now in GT, and again,
Cars and Wars. Thank you for the follow, appreciate
89
it.
and 11.
Yes, I'm not even sure if the Corvette is available.
That's for contacts with the number 11 car, which is Project 1. That wasn't the instant we had right at the start, was it? We had a car spinning up the hill?
No, we didn't see that, did we?
We saw the 11 spin going up the hill.
Oh, yes, it was. So that was a Redion, on the opening lap. No, you're right. Okay.
Possibly.
Yep. So stewards will look at that.
So maybe BS Plus competition are carrying us quite a bit of damage there.
And that's
they're just going to limp round and sort that out when they get to the pit stop.
Yes, and if it was a shorter pit lane, then like Monza,
come in.
30 seconds rather than 60 seconds. 60 seconds here is half a lap.
Yeah.
And so,
it's too long.
30 seconds at Monza is not even a third of a lap. So it makes a big, big difference. On board in third place with Team Redline. And it was being adjudged a racing incident.
Didn't quite see a car was on the inside.
Triple one and 888, R8G and P1. P1 squeezing through. Ooh. That's the Vector car behind, trying to get through the gap. Adam Maguire, fresh out of the pit lane last time round. And yeah, he was probably very wary about that. Just imagining all sorts of things going wrong, and they very nearly did. But he's now cutting his way back through this field.
I think there's going to be a lot of that so far in this race. Fantastic stuff so far. There's been some really good racing here. We return to the second of the Team Redline cars, which has come up to third place now.
Look how calm everything looks when you're on the Kemmel Straight. You know, you're going like a bat out of hell up this steep cliff wall, and then into the braking area. Suddenly it all gets very busy for a moment. At the end, as you hit the brakes there, you exit timing sector 1, and then you go through Les Combes, down here through Bruxelles, down through the Jackie X curve and so on. You know, it's all busy, 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 constantly moving. You can see the hands moving all the time, up and down the gearbox, on and off the brakes and throttle. You know, this is the different middle element of Spa-Francorchamps. This is the new bit of track. I mean, relatively new compared to the old road circuit that used to exist before, that they raced on in the 30s, the 50s, the 60s, into the 70s. When they shut Spa and remodeled it, a lot of the old drivers were, you know, throwing their hands up and going, oh, you know, woe is it. Well, you know, it's not as lethal as the old road circuit was. And if you find yourself in Spa-Francorchamps one day, then drive around down past the farmhouse in the Master Kink and imagine doing it at 170 miles an hour in the rain in some 1960s, you know, death trap with fuel tanks underneath you, beside you, and in both your armpits, and you gain a whole different level of respect, particularly when you remember that the runoff areas were trees and barbed wire fences separating you from the cattle. It was a very different place, but you have to say that like Le Mans, the spirit of Spa very much remains alive in this place. You know, a lot of this grid, you know, Nuvolari, Fangio, Moss, Senna, Schumacher, whatever your era of hero is, or whatever names you can conjure up, they've all sat there and looked at that view down into Eau Rouge and you know, thought twice about what they're doing with their lives.
Brace themselves.
Particularly if the weather wasn't looking very clever. And there's and still the reward. You know, it's that risk and reward thing that motor racing that so many sports are all about. You know, and when it goes right, when you get one corner right on a lap, or you get one lap right in a race, it's just the greatest thing. Now then, more triples. We've just seen 111 go by 888. Now he's having a go at 777.
So this is D station now. He's trying to get past. So it's your battle for 8th place, and we're going to go 3 wide. Why not? And there's 2 places gained straight away.
Well, R8G wasn't in that battle as they came through Campus and Curve Paul Frere, and as a result had a much freer run up the hill, then got a double toe from the cars in front. Whoosh! You see it so often on the Kemmel Straight. It's not so often that you see it there coming up through Stavelot and up through Blanchimont, but yeah, brilliant job. I mean, and again, reacting to what's presented to you. Timothy Andonovsky doing a great job with that.
Yeah, brilliant driving. Right place at the right time as well. There we see the BS Plus competition car as well at the back of this view. We haven't seen much of it since, and then the Project 1 car, which had a spin. So this would be the start of a recovery for Project 1 if they can get involved in this, since they had that spin.
Now, was that not? Those were not the 2 cars that were involved in that incident at Rédion, weren't they? With the Project 1 car was across the nose of the BS car, wasn't it?
I thought that was the one that. Was that the one that spun up there?
Yeah, no, it was So it was 89 that was being investigated, and then they decided no, it was a lap 1 racing incident, and so there you go. So I think those were the 2 cars who were involved there, and so as a result, again, Marcus Luna might well have, you know, horrid tyres or some vibration or some aero damage, and you don't need much aero damage in a field this tight for it to be having an effect, for it not necessarily to be visible from the cameras, but I'm sure the drivers could give us chapter and verse if we got on and went, oh, mate, it's a disaster, it won't turn left, it's far too eager to turn right. And, you know, all of those sorts of things. It doesn't, you know, something like steering being disarranged on a real racing car, it doesn't show, but it probably feels absolutely awful. And again, look at the different tyre choices here. RHE going with the medium and P1 Esport going with the soft. So they've obviously slightly different cars, use their tyres in slightly different ways, but they've both come up with, the two teams have come up with a different way of attacking this track from the start of the race.
I think we've just had a change for fourth as well. I think Porsche have got past Alpine, and they've just set a purple second sector as well. So Porsche are getting after second place here. Next ahead of them is going to be Team Redline. So Mitchell de Jong, because we are approaching pit stops, but before that we'll remind ourselves of what happened about 30 minutes ago, Martin.
Right, let's take a look at the start of the race. So I mean, it was very busy in the prototype field. They all just about got through, but it was the line around the outside from Jenny Simoncic that really grabbed him second place. It is I mean, this is risky. This is quite high risk, because if anything goes wrong on the inside, we all know who's going off wide, don't we, and into the tyres. But he carried it through well and stuck with Josh Rogers around the outside. Now, the Marla car, we didn't see by the time we caught up with them at Eau Rouge.
This is it. There we go.
Yeah, so it was the BS car. So those were the two involved, and that's what delayed them so much, because everybody else just went steaming by.
Everyone did a good job to avoid that. This is going to be a good view of it, isn't it?
Yeah. Luck or judgment? I'm not saying judgment.
Blind, look.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah. That's just a flinch reaction. And actually, with the 77 Proton car, was lucky that already the car on his outside had already gone out wide, and because otherwise he would have flinched right into them. And, you know, that's how so many of these accidents.
That's one of those places where you want to be starting further back, because you could gain 5-6 places as everyone else slams on the anchors.
No.
You know, it's
further back you are, the more deep you are buried in the first lap accident.
Like in that incident there, the Proton car came out very well out of that game. About 4 or 5 places.
And again, you know, that is just absolute random luck of the draw. It's how you flinch and where you flinch, and also just where the moving car comes to.
Here we go then. So third in queue is the Porsche car, who has just got through to fourth and was setting some of the fastest sectors, and that's given Redline the hurry up, and Van Wilburst are now going to be under a huge amount of pressure coming up towards Blanchimont here, and they've got traffic to deal with at the same time as well, so 3 abreast coming up to the left. Fantastic stuff. Are we going to see a move here?
We definitely need to get to
there we go. Sells the dummy down the inside. Contact.
Misjudged it completely.
Chicane.
Made contact there. At the end of lap 16, they both survived, and Team Redline do pick up a spot, but there was just that bit of contact. He cut back behind the number 4 Van Wilburst car, but not behind him. He actually clipped him on the way through, and Mitchell de Jong moved up to third. Yeah.
That could have been a lot worse.
Yep.
A lot worse.
Yeah, Jenny Simoncic will still have just, you know, the car will have been taken out of his control there. So, you know, how you survive that is you just have to put it behind you and get on with it. And here comes Mitchell de Jong. He's got the tow from the Team Redline car in front, but he's got nowhere to go. He needed to go by earlier. Now he can go up the inside, but Redline have the apex of the second element, and now you can just basically block all the way down here through Bruxelles, except if you get held up behind the Aston, and he gets the view down the inside. Around the outside goes Mitchell de Jong, can't get it done, and as they drift out wide, here comes the Alpine, because the Alpine has also got by the number 4 Van Wall car.
And it's under investigation straight away. Just popped up on top of the screen, you would have seen.
The team Redline.
2 and 4 are under that incident is under investigation.
Well, any time you make contact with another car, the stewards are duty bound to look at it, whether it was clearly not your fault or not somebody else's fault. They just have to look at it, and that's the way these things work, because some of them are cut and dried and some of them are much less so. But Redline currently in second, Porsche Coanda right behind in third. What's the gap to the leader? 11.1 seconds. I mean, Josh Rogers.
That's doubled in about 4 or 5 laps. Here we go.
Well, you can see why, can't you? And here comes Mitchell de Jong, the white and black car, which makes me think of Two-Face in the Batman comics, that livery. And he's got where he needs to be on the inside at the bus stop. And he's going to squeeze his rival onto the curb. Now, that's really clever. He just eased over there, knowing that the red line car would be there. But that sausage curb on the inside meant that he couldn't cut the corner. That's really good work from Mitchell de Jong. There's Josh Rogers in the inset, our race leader, looking very comfortable out front. Mitchell de Jong in second place.
Downhill they come once more. Now, I think in the next lap or two, we're going to see these guys piling in for the first pit stop in LMP. We were told 18 laps, 17 now done, so we should expect them in the next 2 laps, I'd say. Are we going to see Redline fight back after that now? But Porsche looking very good after that move. And Mitchell de Jong doing a fantastic job there.
Okay, now let's bear
So that's Josh Rogers in the pit lane, isn't it? So we've just seen 23 come in.
Yep.
So that's why we didn't see him. I wondered why he was
looking down.
Wheel.
Yeah, he was looking down.
So there we go. So first pit stop underway.
Okay, so having learned the lesson from last time, Mitchell de Jong is not going to allow himself to be pitted at the same time as Josh Rogers, is he? Or is he? All sorts of carnage. That's Rocket. What's this? This is R8G and Rocket. So Rocket just move up now to 13th place ahead of R8G.
So we had Porsche, Coanda, Pescarolo, Fordzilla, Brabham, Mexico. So a good few teams came in there, and I think the rest will be in on this lap. But look at that, you can see 6 places gained for that number 20 Porsche Coanda car.
Well, and again, you know, that sort of puts him where he looked like he was going to end up at the beginning of qualifying. I think the last run for Mitchell de Jong was not where he needed it or where he expected or wanted it to be. He just didn't seem to have the pace on the final run that everybody else did and that he had on, you know, again, we're talking hundreds of a second, but he was definitely looking like a front row starter on the first and probably on the second run in qualifying as well. So he's now our race leader and comes into the pits, followed by Redline and Alpine. Be interesting now to see where Alpine end up, because they, don't forget, had the soft tyre.
Exactly.
Now, is everybody going to double stint, or are they going to change their hard tyres? Rocket Esports come in as well. Saw that. So Mitchell de Jong is in, Tom Lartila, Panis are in, Redline are in, Rocket, ARC Bratislava, Arnage are in. And pit callers last time round were Porsche Coanda 23, Pescarolo, Fordzilla, Brabham, Mexico, and GR Vector's 86 car. So in GTE, Kevin Siggy's lead is now 11 seconds. That's not bad, is it? That's not bad at all.
Here we see them making their way around.
Yep. So you go all the way down the Formula 1 pit lane to La Source, and instead of rejoining there, you come down this Heritage pit lane, because of course we've got more than 20 cars. In fact, we've got 2 times more than 20 cars. Driver changes, not yet notified. Don't think anybody's changed.
Hey,
Jenny
Steve.
Simoncic leads from Bono House and Erhan Yajowski at the moment. They've yet to stop. Max Benecki yet to stop as well.
So they're stretching this run very well, actually.
Yeah.
Has to be said.
But none of them were in the top 10. Oh no, the number 4 was, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, and Team Petronas were as well. They were running up in about 5th or 6th place.
But before anybody stopped, in which case that is good running.
So here they come now into the pits.
Yeah, so the remaining, you just can't keep going on forever. It is like the real world, the virtual world, is that fuel only has a certain life.
Yeah, so we'll expect they'll just take fuel, keep these medium tyres on, and go straight back out.
Okay, so interesting to see where Alpine end up relative to the cars that were around them, and that will then fact. You talk amongst yourselves. Can we figure out how to interrogate the screen to see if Alpine
That's
had
the
a
number
long
21
stop?
we're seeing. A disconnection, unfortunately, we believe, therefore, Axel. So a bad day gets even worse. So
Yes, they're plunging down the order suddenly, aren't they?
Yeah, they've already been in the wall once.
Yep.
And now it's just got a little bit worse for them. I'll be interested to see where that number 20 Porsche comes out, because they were really charging on that in lap, pushing very, very hard, doing some purple sectors just before they made those moves as well. So this is going to be intriguing. Here we go. This is where we're picking up Josh Rogers.
Yeah, so we should have Josh Rogers ahead of Mitchell de Jong.
Yes,
that
10
should be the
seconds.
way they are.
Yeah, the gap's 10 seconds between those two. So where does Simoncic come out then in all this?
Again, Jenny Simoncic and all the rest behind him were all still in the pit lane. He was in the top 4, wasn't he, when we started seeing cars peel into the pits. But he's nowhere near Josh Rogers
back in second or
moment.
what?
Here we go.
Oh,
look at that. Now, Redline's lost two spaces there, one to Petronas, and they've lost one to RHG. That's the one car, isn't it? No, that's the one car. The 2 car got out ahead. So easy to get those two mixed
that's
up.
Max Bernecki behind Erhan Yayovsky.
So that's how it was before.
Yeah.
So no huge changes that I can see straight away there. The gap was around 11 seconds and it stayed around that. 111, which is P1, are under investigation for excessive blocking.
Right, so where's Alpine gone? Down to 15th place. And they were 4th when they came in.
Now, of course, they had the soft tyre on, so they would have been in the pits longer.
And that seems to have been a massive net loss for them. That soft tyre gamble really... They held their speed all the way through. It didn't go away compared to the hard, but they weren't able to double stint it.
They're on the softs again, are they? Is that them there? Yes, it is. Making their way down. Let's see, the white sidewall is the soft, and they're back on it.
Looks like it, doesn't it? Yeah.
Alpine is... Alpine is...
Okay, I'm not seeing how that sounds like a good idea to me, because you've gone from top 5 to bottom of the top 15.
Straight away.
Yep. And if you lose another 10 places in the next pit stop, or you can't lose another 10 places because there's only 23 running cars in the class, but suddenly in 2 pit stops you go from being contender to also ran.
No, I mean, unless they're going to make up loads of pace now, I don't know it. Now these we've got to remember, everyone else is double stinting, so their tyres are really going to start to fall away.
Well, but they absolutely have to, I mean, catastrophically fall off a cliff halfway through the stint. Otherwise, Alpine are absolutely on a hiding to nothing.
Alpine have got to really push. They're going to be they're on new soft tyres.
Yeah.
Everyone else is on old medium tyres.
Yeah.
So let's. And there we go. Last time round, Tom Lartalou did the fastest lap of the race, 1:59.575.
Yeah.
So I guess the approach is just push as hard as possible. We were told that single stinting soft tyres would be the more likely option, but it seems the alternative strategy is where everyone else has gone to double stint medium tyres. But so this is going to be quite intriguing, actually, because the gaps between teams, albeit the 2 leaders, are not actually that big. And last time round, Tom Lartalou did a 1:59. It will be this time round where we get a real idea, but Team Redline in the 2 did a 2:01, so they were 2 seconds faster.
Are we going to see the same here in GTE as well? Look, we're on board with Jimmy Nasula. He's on mediums, and he's
quite intrigued to see what happens here.
He's... Okay, they've sort of gone up the order a little bit and then slipped back a fraction behind Yuri Kasdorp. So much of that, though, is interference from other cars that are not GTE rivals, sort of messing up your battle. So it's going to be interesting, you know, if the Aston double stints and the others don't, then again, you know, he gains 30 seconds. Or you know, 15 or 20, whatever. Okay, here's the maths for Alpine. Half a second a lap quicker on that first flying lap than the best lap that anybody has produced, and that was Josh Rogers. So the only car at the moment in the 159s, and comfortably in the 159s, but 35 seconds behind, or 30 seconds behind. It's now 20 and a half, so
18 lap stint.
Yeah, he's got to make up a second a lap on the leaders, and yet when the tyre is at its very best, he's made up 159.5 compared to 202. Yeah, so at its very best, he's made up 3 seconds. What is going to make the difference, and why it wouldn't have worked in the first stint, is in the second stint, the cars are further spread out.
Exactly.
The LMP cars are further spread out, so he's not trying to pass 2 or 3 at a time, but he has to use that advantage for every single lap. So basically now they've committed to qualifying laps on the soft.
Yeah, precisely. And I like it. I like it. It's going to be. It's almost keeping one eye on Alpine and then watching the live pictures.
The question is that a race-long strategy that you can maintain? Can you do quali laps for 6 hours?
Yeah, and then
You know, we're not all Max Verstappen. I mean, there's that social media thing from Mexico last week with just relentless metronomic precision. Max, you know, 142, 142, 142, 142, 142, 142 for the entire race pretty much.
You have to emerge ahead of where you were before for it to have been worth it. So if they come back and they were at the same place they were last time, then you ask yourself...
Well, then you might change your strategy, but, you know, again...
So I guess they're going to see how it works in this one, and then if they get back to where they were, they can go, it's not working, let's go mediums and double.
Nothing ventured, nothing gained. You know, if you try something, and you know, God loves a trier, but, you know, in motorsport, you always love somebody who tries something a little bit left field. Sometimes it works, sometimes you're the hero, sometimes you're the zero, but, you know, you've got the option in an endurance race to make those changes, and the Ferrari didn't really... You know, I know,
look at that.
I know you've got your own battle, but, you know, somebody in race control, I think, is probably going to have a subtle word with Timothy Andonovski's RAG crew and go, listen, guys, share the racetrack. You know, there's a battle coming up.
Oh, my God.
It's a big battle.
Oh, my God.
It is a big battle.
Are they going 3 wide? Oh,
you know,
no.
Your Ferrari is the one that's going to get turfed off if it all goes wrong.
There we go. There's Williams going through. AMG Williams go past. And thankfully we're not side by side all the way up, and that's a change for 7th.
Number 5 Williams car right behind as well, and steaming up the hill again, getting a double toe from the cars in front. Looking to pop out, just not quite close enough, and there's the frustration. Oh, BS in the pit lane.
Drive-through penalty.
Aha.
Causing D station to spin.
Okay.
Now, I don't know if, did we see that? I don't think we did.
I don't think we did either.
BS Plus competition have been in trouble once so far in this race and got away with it. And this time
was interesting.
A 61-second drive-through.
GTE trafficking for sure.
Well, it's a 61-second penalty or a drive-through. A drive-through is a drive-through, so it'll take them a minute to perform it. So yeah, that's a big hit. Again, you know,
it's because it's at Spa. That's why, you know, any other words, it could take 30 seconds, like you said.
Drops you half a lap behind everybody, which is a real pain. Battle for 7th as we go by the Mahler BMW again. Riding on board with Max Benecki, and again, they're not alone, are they? Is that's 444 coming up from behind?
I tell you what, we're going to see Alpine in this battle not long away now as well. Yeah. They are going to be in the distance very shortly. They've just gone past Brabham for 13th, and they're about 3
with the number 4 car, 1.5 seconds with a 444.
He's about a second away.
1.2,
and behind him is number 16, the Pescarolo car, then Fordzilla, and then Alpine. So this is all going to concertina up because they're not, massively. You know, as they work their way through the front runners in GTE, they're not keeping their speed up, and so the quicker cars behind, if they get a break in traffic, or the cars behind, if they get a break in traffic, will be quick. And you can see 444 now right with the number 5 Williams car. So as AMG Williams start to creep away, red line Williams, and then the 444 next view Van Wall right behind.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens there. I can see as well, we haven't talked about GTE in a while, Satellite trying to line up a move on Oracle. Red Bull Racing as well. They're still scrapping away with each other over 6th place in that one, but we're now looking back. We can see from red line, you can see that Williams car. Then it's the Van Wall Burst car, the 444 car, and then, as you said, Pescarolo.
Sharon, there is a good chance, yeah.
After that, and then a hard-charging Alpine is fast approaching Fordzilla. There's only half a second between Alpine and Fordzilla. We might even see them, no, not quite, but they're going to be with us, I'd say, in a couple of laps.
Yeah, they're about 5 seconds behind this battle, though, so it's going to take a long while for them to catch. But again, look at the way that the balance of power has changed, because the AMG Williams car suddenly has Team Redline right behind. Where's the number 5 car? Well, it's, you know, a second back now, purely because the way the traffic has fallen.
Yeah.
So Max Benecchi is now the hunter instead of being the hunted. But again, if you catch the wrong car in the wrong place, or have a little abortive lunge on the AMG Williams car, then suddenly you're right back to fending off the number 5. Right now, number 5 has got his hands full of 444, so David Mrocek in 444 is the man on the attack, and Max Benecchi, instead of clinging on to 8th place, is now actively looking to snatch 7th.
There we see the 444 and the other Van Wall Burst car, the number 4.
And there's Fordzilla behind, and Brabham. So Fordzilla and Brabham just starting to close in behind them as well.
Yeah, and Alpine have gone past Fordzilla as well.
Oh, have they?
So
okay.
yes, they're up to 12th
yeah,
place. And here we go. So this is a replay coming up.
Okay.
This is BS Plus competition. This is what they got the drive-through for, Martin.
At the bus stop, is he going to cut back underneath? Yes, he is. Well, I don't know where he thought the Aston was ever going to go.
Dunk, isn't it?
Yeah, unfortunately, that was a little bit clumsy, and possibly just a fraction of thinking about what was coming up behind him, because you saw there was a big clump of P cars, and he would have seen those in his, peripheral screens. So he will have known they were coming and just desperate to try and make the move then and there.
Yeah. Do you need help facing the wrong way, sir? I can do that for you.
It is unfortunate, the rate of deceleration at the bus stop is absolutely enormous, and so it's
that
so easy.
That side view really shows it for you, doesn't it?
So easy to carry in just a fraction too much speed.
Oh, here we go. I can tell you.
Very
as well,
likely,
AMG
Victor. Very likely.
We've got Bono House and Jone Simic.
Unless Porsche is having a stand there doing the race from the stage.
4th and 5th place.
I'm not sure.
And they're not far behind Team Redline as well. So the battle for 3rd overall slowly intensifying as we jump on board with the Mexico team. Dives down the inside there of Satellite.
Well, didn't really, did he? He sort of dived through the door of the Satellite Aston Martin. That was not polite, I'm afraid. And the Red Bull car, fortunate to avoid having contact there from behind, or from the side door rather. And again, working your way through traffic, it's all part of the deal. Goes by the mile of BMW.
Oh no, that's number 2 under investigation for contact. So Team Redline under investigation for contact.
With the Van Wall Burst car. Is that where they tagged them round and moved up to 2nd before the pit stops, isn't it?
Yeah.
That was that move again at the bus stop. Yeah, we
did see that.
Yeah. Meanwhile, is this? It's not 444 and
this
14,
is the battle
so
a little bit
behind
further
the 5, and behind you is number 21.
And just up the road, you can see Team Redline. So this is 3rd, 4th, and 5th down the Camel Straight.
Well, just you can see
Redline.
Team Redline there. I'm afraid they're going to end up a minute back, aren't they? I don't see that investigation coming out positively for them.
The resolution to
because you look at it, and the way he moved, it wasn't a deliberate attempt to spin his rival round. However, whether by choice or accident, if you ruin somebody's race, then the stewards are duty-bound to ruin yours in a similar manner. So I'm afraid, and I'm sure Team Redline, as soon as they saw that happening, were sort of going, there's the sword of Damocles, and I'm sure it's, again, Jogo Pinto.
Perhaps not.
No. Okay, it's going to come. You know it's going to come, and you're just waiting for it.
It's the shape of the run down to that bus stop chicane. You see that exact move so many times, don't you?
Yeah.
Going off to the left-hand side there, and then jinking back across. And yeah, you've seen it so many times, and sometimes you see it happen exactly like that, where the car goes left off into the barrier.
Now, we see what we see, and so do you at home, but the stewards also then look at who's still on the throttle and who is starting to come off the throttle and go onto the brake. And if, say, the car in front is just rolling off the throttle maybe earlier than the previous lap to get on the brakes to guarantee he gets as the car behind moves, then you say, okay, the guy in the car behind would not necessarily have expected the car in front to start coming towards him at that rate, which is what happens the moment you lift off. Basically, you know, the car starts reversing towards the car behind it. So they will look at the data traces as well. If they were both still wide open and then the move results in contact, then that's a different thing. Oh, in speed are in.
So here we are. So we're into pit stops for GTE then. So yes, we were told 26 to 27 laps. So yes. Sorry, we're getting caught up in chat there.
Jimmy Nasula is in, P1 are in speed, Proton Coanders 88 have been in.
I'd expect them to go a couple more laps in this, but because it's the first run, sometimes they do come in a lap or two earlier. But yes.
Well, it's better to stop a lap early and find out how much fuel you have got rather than stop a lap late to find out how much you didn't have.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. That's very true.
R8G all over the back of AMG Petronas here. The Van Wilbur's car has gone by, so number 4 up to 4th. And Team Redline still pushing hard.
It's the battle for 7th place.
Yeah.
This we can see AMG Williams and Redline battling away with each other. We're going to be about 10 laps away from seeing these guys in for their second round, where they'll get off these medium tyres and go on to some fresh ones.
And Alpine up from 15th to 11th, so they've picked up 4 places, having dropped 10 in the pit stops.
Yes.
It's not a net gain yet, is it?
And they're only gaining around a second a lap now as well.
But don't forget, we're now starting to get further and further and further into the double stint. And if those mediums are going to really start to give up the ghost, now is when they have to for Alpine. Otherwise, it's not even okay, that really didn't work. That really cost us a lot. We now have to stop thinking of that. And unfortunately, by that stage, the die is cast. And unless weather intervenes or something else, then they're not going to get that lost time back.
They're basically in this queue, aren't they? They're at the back of this queue now. They've joined it pretty much.
Yeah.
You will be able to see them down the Kemmel Straight. So they're running in 11th place.
Give Mark Racing, we are driving in 20 minutes.
It's AMG Williams punching the hole in the air for everyone, because they are all queuing up behind this, all the way back to 10th place, and then Alpine is next, second and a half back after that.
Each car further down the queue is getting a slightly bigger toe than the ones in front, so it all, and it's not good in corners, turbulent air, but it is easier to push a car through than solid air, if you like.
Right, SF Velas have just come in as well.
Okay.
51, so.
Well, we're seeing sort of dribbling into the pit lane. Race leader Kevin Siggy, 12.9 seconds clear, stays out. ProDrive stay out. Marla stay out. Oracle
RNG.
Red Bull stay. Yeah. Okay.
So that's Ferraris. We've got Simsa in as well.
Simsa in as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. So all of the Ferraris have dived in on the same lap, haven't they?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah. So there's going to be. Let's see what the Astons, the BMWs can do against each other now.
Am I misremembering BMW going very long on fuel?
No.
At Monza last? No, I didn't do Monza. I did do Monza last year. Last year, am I misremembering
that? Here they went long on fuel.
Was it here?
Yeah, they won this race last year, and they went very long on fuel. Yeah. We were waiting for them to come in, and then they never really did.
never did at all.
It was the last stint. We were like, they have to come in and do another stop, and then they just never did.
Yeah. Sounds very familiar.
Yeah.
AMG Williams Team Redline battle for 7th rages, and R8G and the others are creeping away in front, whereas right behind them Closing in is that number 5 Williams, and then
side by side at the top. I think that was that next view an Alpine who was side by side coming down the hill potentially.
okay.
Yeah, you can see it at the top of the screen, can't you? I think it.
Alpine haven't made the move, but they are very close to trying to do so. So Tom Lartilleur, if we can just take a little look back through the shot.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, there's red line ahead of Williams. And again, that's exactly what the Alpine needs to be doing. If that soft tyre, and it hasn't worked, has it? He hasn't got in. No, he hasn't got in front of 444. So for that soft tyre option to work,
it's just not. Doesn't seem to have.
it doesn't, does it?
Doesn't seem to have. Because I mean, look, they've done last time, to give everyone a reference. They did a 2:06, and Josh Rogers did a 2:09. So their soft tyres, as much as we say the mediums are going to go off in their second stint, the softs are going to go off a lot quicker.
Or as much. And so, yeah.
Effect. Ah, there we go. Kevin Siggy in.
Yep.
Race leader. They use the second stage of this pit.
And so is everybody else. So Pro Driver in, Marla, Oracle, Project One. So everybody who hasn't stopped will stop.
Basically, everyone's in. Yeah, everyone's now stopped.
Yeah. So that will be the entire field. Meanwhile, Porsche Coanda 1-2 here.
Change tires
and here, oh no! Oh no! The RHG get a drive-through, unsafe release. So there is contact on in the pit lane, remember, and that is Erhan Yayovsky in the car for them at the moment. RHG running in 6th place currently in that battle for 4th place overall.
I'm not sure how they
just received a drive-through penalty. Everyone has now stopped. First hour is complete.
And I guess they will now swap strategy.
So let's take a look back at what happened in the first hour of racing in the 6 hours of Spa. It kicked off round 3 of the Le Mans Virtual Series, and as they blasted their way down towards turn number 1, it would be Josh Rogers in the Porsche Coanda who would lead us in that number 23, going round the outside there. Team Redline trying to fight away with Floyd Van Wilburst, who made a good start. Then we look back, BMW Team Redline to the right-hand side of picture there. BS Plus Competition would make a slow getaway, and it would get even worse for them as we made our way down towards Eau Rouge and up through Radion. You're about to see it now. Look out for the contact. Is going to be between BS Plus Competition there, and then we see a spinning Project One car there, and thankfully we saw that Proton car just able to avoid it. BS Plus Competition getting away with it on that occasion, but they would later receive a drive-through penalty. SF Velas found themselves briefly facing in the wrong direction, but managed to recover it. Here we see it, Pro Drive, I think, just giving them maybe the slightest of nudges as we look back now at BS Plus Competition. This is what they got the drive-through for. D Station just going into the bus stop chicane. Oh, what's there? It's a BS Plus Competition car, and now they're facing in the wrong direction. BS Plus Competition received a drive-through penalty for it. This is under investigation. Team Redline trying to sell the dummy on Floyd Van Wilburst, and unfortunately making contact in the process. 3 wide at one point. It was the 888, the 777, and the 111 car, the 888 coming out ahead. RHG, Timotei Andonovsky doing a brilliant job there. This a little bit further back, plenty of battles going on. Team Redline going toe-to-toe there with the number 20 Porsche Coanda car. Then we saw the first round of pit stops there. Josh Rogers would lead us in and would lead us back out again as we saw him coming up the hill and navigating his way through the traffic that the Red Bull car. It's been a smooth run for them so far. They now lead. Whoa, someone there. Whoa, who is that coming out of the pit lane and going straight into the wall?
Good job avoiding that.
Lead by just over 10 seconds, as you can see from the number 20
Burlock,
Porsche.
by the way.
Team Redline in third, then Floyd Van Wilburst, then we have AMG Team Petronas. RHG have just been given a penalty, unfortunately. Team Redline are next, then AMG Team Williams come next after that. Alpine did go on the alternate strategy. They put on soft tyres. They are currently in a chase now to try and get back up the order of the rest of the field who have gone on the medium tyres and are double stinting. We're expecting them back in the pit lane to get those medium tyres off in around 6 laps. Our leader in GTE, as the pit stops are now underway, is Spa-Francorchamps, but that should go back to BMW Team Redline once we see that 77 car come in. As you can see, Sim Maranello found themselves tumbling down the order after they were flooded by LMP cars a little bit earlier in the race. They are on a recovery drive. Let's see what they can do. Well, Lewis comes in and brings with him a car flying off into the barriers as well. Martin Haven leaves for a bit of a break. Lewis McGlade, welcome back. Great to have you along. Well, first of all, I don't really know who that was straight away as we were reading results. Someone going straight off into the barriers. What do you think?
It was Peter Berliak in the Williams eSports car, the number 5. No. There they are. So I'm wondering if this was a disconnection from them, or it might have been. I've commentated on Peter an awful lot over the last 8 years, and wheel disconnections are sometimes a thing on his end. He's been all right recently, but
that's a huge shame because they were running very well in this race, running solidly in the top 10. This is going to be that R8G car serving its drive-through penalty, which, of course, which we were talking about pre-race, is a very, very long way to go through. Here's a replay then. Talk us through this.
Yeah, so what we're going to see is we're going to see it come to this point and then basically just go straight on, which is why I kind of lean. We need to see this one from onboard. I mean, that was so close.
That was the other cars involved.
It looked like it was the one of the Van Walls, and it might have been the Alpine just going through. But yeah, clearly, there's been some serious issues on that car. We won't see it from on board and whatnot, but there's been some very serious issues anyway going on with that car.
We're just being told he's out the seat, so that is a disconnection as well, we believe. So really unfortunate there. But the 2 other cars there, just very lucky that we saw them avoiding contact. So thankfully, it was just that disconnection. Now, just to get your thoughts, obviously you've been watching upstairs. What have you made of things so far? Let's start with Alpine, shall we? Because they were the big talk towards the end there of the first hour. They've come up to 8th place. Now, what do you make of the strategy?
I mean, it is super aggressive. The thing is, we're not that far away from them making a second pit stop.
They're about to. I think they're about to get past AMG Team Williams as well. They're only 3 tenths back, aren't they?
The way you've got to think about it is the position. Again, with all of these aggressive strategies, these risky strategies, it's always a versus thing. So it's the position you came in versus the position that you're in now as to whether you've gained or lost. So they're obviously, this might not be the strategy call for the victory, but that might not even be the point right now. And so Tom Lartier, who's in 8th position at the moment, if they can rise up a few more spots, which aren't that far ahead of them right now, and get towards about 4th position, then they're doing this like an aggressive strategy whilst running to roughly the same kinds of times, the same kind of positions, and that's something that might help them later on in the race because they're keeping on the tyres and keeping them more in an operating window.
So Proton have obviously served a pit stop. We were running through the results there. Here they are. Okay. Tom Lartalou, we'll come back to that in a second because he's about to make another place now on the AMG Williams car, or is going to attempt to, shall I say, round the outside. He's going to have more grip on those tyres and should get that move done, but AMG Williams are going to fight them hard. Tom Lartalou goes round the outside on the exit of Les Combes there. Good move done, and that is another place gained for Alpine. They get 1 step further to getting back to where they were in that 4th position. That's now going to bring them up into P7 in the race. Now, looking back in GTE, Proton have emerged in the lead. Everyone came in 4 seconds clear of BMW Team Redline. We did see some split strategies in that one, so it seems some teams maybe haven't changed tyres, do you think? Some have. That's Proton maybe being one of those.
The majority in the GTE field will change tyres. Obviously, Spa-Francorchamps have thrown something at this to basically not take tyres to kind of throw themselves back in. There is Tom Lartier in the confirmation of them being on the soft tyre.
Guys, that was a
disconnection
of a steering wheel.
What qualifying effort it was yesterday from Colin Spork. His first qualifying in the Le Mans Virtual Series to grab a 4th place in those tricky conditions. Put him in a really good spot to go after a decent result this afternoon.
Now, here we go. We're looking on board with the 888. trying to get themselves up the order. So Josh Rogers doing a really good job out front. Let's talk GTE. So far, so good for BMW Team Redline.
Yeah.
A Pro Drive, though. Fantastic performance from them so far. Running in a podium position.
Lasse Sorensen's, of course, drive earlier on was very, very impressive. Obviously, marching his way up the order. Now, you know, obviously memory goes back to the previous round. They did have a very strong round last time, moving their way up into podium contention and grabbing it as well. Did fire back at, of course, the previous round at Monza. Looking for back-to-back podiums. I mean, when the Aston Martins kind of come into the season as the car that not that many people have picked up, it was just D-Station last year, to now see it in full flight in the hands of a team like Pro Drive Fire, you know, very Danish squad. They're doing an incredible job.
Yeah, currently running P7 in the championship.
I say very Danish, by the way. I don't mean the Pro Drive part of that. I mean the Fire part of that.
Right.
That's the Danish part.
Right.
Just to clarify.
And your thoughts before? Oh, Williams. Something's gone wrong.
Back out.
They're back out. Okay. So they're just trying to keep out the water. They're carrying damage after, of course, going into the wall flat out. So they're going to get back round into the pit lane and fix that damage. Your thoughts very quickly, Lewis, for we return to coverage on the number 2 car we see here with the number 4 car. It's under investigation. What did you make of that one?
It's not under investigation anymore.
Not under investigation. Just 2 seconds. There's Sim Maranello off in the gravel.
Yeah.
Rejoining. It's been a rough race for them so far, hasn't it, Sim Maranello?
Which is a shame, because they had such good pace earlier on. They were looking really, really strong. But yeah, like I said, through an incident there's nothing really to do with them. They got sent off and into the barrier. But yeah, the incident between the 2 and the 4 came down as a warning to the number 2, if I read that one correctly, coming down into the chicane, which I think is right, because thankfully, the 4 didn't get sent off into the barrier or anything like that. There wasn't anything majorly bad. There's no point in kind of ruining the race just in those kind of scenarios, but it was definitely at the fault of the 2. Like I said, tried to get the up and under and tried to pull the dummy, which was inches away from perfection. And unfortunately, inches away from perfection is not perfection.
Right. Brabham Esports have just kicked off the 2nd round of pit stops. They've come in. First of all, we are watching the 888 car on screen, the R8G car. Winners last time out. Got that first win for Ferrari in the Le Mans Virtual Series. There we can see Brabham Esports in the pit lane, having their pit stop done. We reckon, of course, 1 minute and 54 for full fuel and tyres, so it's going to be a long pit stop for them. We return to Van Woolburst and Redline. The battle between those two, as we said, going down as a warning in the end. Here we see another one of the teams. That's the Williams team, which is got back to the pit lane. In the pit lane, Josh Rogers.
Right. Into the car we jump. Hashtag soon. Three more laps. What happens with Porsche? Like, Porsche in again? Like, they're going for like an extra pit stop at this rate. No, David. Matthäus, no, only with SimHub. I'm gonna unride the passenger later. Yeah, shame. L'artilleur stays in the car and has taken the soft again. Box the slap, I guess. I'll be right back for the final minute. Back. Everything ready? Perfect. Interesting. Yeah. I think so too. Unless it was only because of the 2-lane in Monza. Very solid job, man. Yeah, they will be jumping back to that anyway, I think. I'll turn on the Discord sounds then, is that okay? Or the TS?
Mm-hmm.
Copy. Oh no.
Good luck.
Thanks. Maverick. Thank you very much for the follow. So guys, let's go. Try to make up some time. Most importantly, find into a rhythm. Oh. Yeah, anyway.
meet you awesome.
Thanks. The Skylar's YT, thank you for the follow and welcome. Thank you for the follow there. Appreciate it. Come on, I can't afford another GT. Which team is ahead of us there?
That's Pescarolo, Esport Monaco. I think they are different strat. They are like pitting much earlier than us. They are doing full push basically. So yeah, that might be hard to overtake him if he doesn't make any mistake. But like his pace is last lap 0.1, like 2 minutes 1.1. You are much faster. Yeah, we will jump them in the pits anyway.
Okay. Yo, Terry. How are you? So Joseph, thank you for your subscription on the YouTube channel. Much appreciated. Yeah, I think they're mix 4 on the straights. Thank you, John. There is another GT in that stupid place. Moragli is not making it this time either on it. Just good. Wrong. F.
Good job.
Amazing job there.
Thank you, boys. We are pushing. Thank you guys for the follows. Thanks for the feedbacks. F to the traffic. The car gets stuck behind a GT every time they come. What happened to the 4?
Just involved in a battle with Mercedes and Redline. Oh, is he out?
No.
But yeah, they were fighting.
Fucking hell. Not Ferrari. F. Die IIP. Thank you so much for a Prime subscription on the Twitch channel. Thank you for the support. Welcome to the 6 hours of Spa. In the pits.
Very good stint.
Yeah, amazing.
Thank you.
You should have nice overcut on Pescarolo, since they pitted like 3 laps before you and kept the tires. Also, Alpine changed the driver, but also changed the tires for brand new, so probably still single stinting softs.
Okay. Yeah, they might just drop out behind me, but there is not really a chance to keep them behind, I guess.
It's looking good for us. Like, we are not really fighting with them.
Yeah.
Because they have extra stop, I think, near the end.
Yeah, okay.
So remember about the total race time and we should be good.
Understood. Jean and the RAG now. Thank you, Kevin. F. We're running 2 cars. Wasteland the TM, thank you for the follow. User 123, those physics here are awesome. Give it a go. Prima Yuyu, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Oh, since McDuff is now behind, I simply let him go once he goes for it.
Yeah, like if he's very aggressive, I would do it.
Okay. If he is aggressive or he is very aggressive.
If he is, just not to lose too much time ourselves. We are not looking at them.
Understood. Oops. Yep. I'm coming closer to Papa Jesper. He had a horrible lap last lap due to the traffic.
How many laps?
8 after this.
Okay.
Oh shit. Black Fight, thank you for the follow. Mouse Dove Nation, thank you for the follow. Jesus Christ. 6 to go.
Joining.
Where is the slide? F. Yeah, as you know, there wasn't much to be done.
No, it's all good. We don't fight with them. Michi, am I being heard on the broadcast? On the stream, sorry?
Yes.
I
disable. Done. Okay. Understood. Radio check. Are you sure that Alpine is faster than us in long term? Soft. Yeah, single softing. Have you spoken to Yanni about that? Yeah. Four laps. Duff in. Can start riding with me then. You are selected. Did you have minor screen freezes and stutters as well? David? Sorry about that. Yeah, that only works on the first stint. Yeah, I'm aware. I get flashbacks from last year. Aurelian Jesper is in the sister team, so it's still same teams, just different car. Understood. Box. Done. Thank you guys, appreciate it. Yes, we're looking good. I think P7, P6 should be within the books, which would be an awesome effort. So guys, that's the first double stint duty done. If you appreciate the race, if you appreciate the stream, please follow on Twitch and subscribe on the YouTube channel. Make this community grow. Thank you so much, fake people. Appreciate it. And we will, of course, go back straight into the watch party of the official stream. Verstappen in the car now. Lauren Wong, thank you for your subscription on the YouTube channel. Appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the remaining 3.4 hours of Spa. Enjoy. Good luck. I'm gone for a bit.
G. So Roman Grosjean up to 6th position. Now we saw him battling for 16th at the end of the last stint.
Obviously yet to stop right now, but still struggling with those tyres. Still desperate to try and keep on. We might actually have that little bit. I think Verstappen's out a little bit too far ahead. But again, the battle that I've been told that we need to
what was that, the side of the track? Bit. Yeah, there was a stationary Porsche. Was that a Project 1 car, or in speed or Project 1? One of the pale cars.
I think it was in speed that I saw at the top of shot. It was in speed, we're being told.
In speed indeed, okay.
In speed indeed. Oh, goodness.
Yeah. Okay, so the let's just have a little. Oh, I've hit something on my screen that I didn't want to do. I was going to say, let's
been activated.
No, I know. Let's chart the. Oh, here we go now, all over the shop. let's
I'll talk through this replay of InSpeed whilst you sort out the live timing over there. See what happens as they come down into No Name, just dropping the rear end, already on turning. Obviously rear end struggling just a touch, tapping the barrier ever so slightly, not too heavy, so it should be okay. But as he turned in, the rear end was like, no, thank you, and it's just gone out to the barrier. It's so easy to do.
So that's no longer No Name. That is now officially the Jackie X curve.
X curve, or it used to be Speaker. The thing is that for a corner with no name, it's got a lot of names.
Well, it used to be called Speaker's Corner because it was the only one that you could see through the trees from the old commentary position, but track speaker's position. Ooh, Tuukka Häkkinen on the inside of the Aston Martin, and just wriggle room just enough to go by Jimmy Nisula, who apparently is doing the entire race in that satellite racing Aston Martin. They are going to have to cut their third stint short, though, so that he does not exceed the 180-minute margin, which will be coming up in
17 minutes and 13 seconds. I would take a wild guess.
Yep. So they will have to come in before the end of 3 hours.
Yeah, which should be okay. I mean, even if you pitted with, it would be too close for me, but 3 hours and 1 minute left to go, you should be able to get into the box, and then like that should be fine. But then again, I wouldn't put it that close. It's not worth it.
The penalty is much more severe for overrunning your time than you're going to lose by stopping a lap conservatively. But again, you're not going to win this category by being conservative in any department. So, you know, that's the balance, isn't it? It's not the fear of making the mistake, it's the confidence to press it right to the very limit. And that, I mean, that's motor racing, isn't it? You know, you don't fear the consequences of it going wrong, you push yourself to take the advantage of it going right.
Well, it's the I heard it when I was watching the Olympic Games, of course, and in that there was a cycling race. It was in the women's cycling race, and they said to win a race like of that level, or at any level really, and this does work in motor racing as well, to be prepared to win, you also have to be prepared to lose in the same breath. And that's the kind of like the thing, is that to really think about that is that you have to sometimes throw something at the wall, and you know, that might not even be the win, that might even just be to get a podium or whatever, but to try that, sometimes you've got to really risk it, and you've got to be ready to come out with nothing.
Well, the simple fact of the matter is, unless you are having one of those purple seasons, you lose almost all the time in motorsport, and that makes the very occasional wins absolutely exceptional, and, you know, so much to be celebrated. So this battle comes into the pit lane, and to all intents and purposes, has just set the fastest race lap. 2 minute 13.6. No, that's
whoa,
not.
BS competition. There was BS competition, the GR-Vector car, just coming through there. You've got the 44 also coming through in the background, the ARC Bratislava, as we're focused on
What just happened there between the two red line cars?
Not red line, that is, again, was it the red line car?
Was that not 2 and 1? Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was. Yeah,
it was.
So it wasn't a GR-Vector. So it was Williams. Sorry, it was BS competition and the other red line car. I thought it was GR-Vector because it was just sort of like out of nowhere. The second one, the 86 of that. But yeah, I think it must have been the BS competition BMW that was also involved in that, going through Piffpath.
Okay, well, again, Rocket Sport's getting a lot of love from the cameras here this weekend so far. Al Buncombe and the GR-Vector eSports car right in front of him.
He's doing a solid job again on pace. Al Buncombe is not. He's done his fair share of sim racing. He's done, I'd say, probably done more sim racing than a lot of pros, to be perfectly honest.
But he is more a pro racing driver than renowned for being a sim racer.
Yeah,
but
big time.
Yeah, he's doing a good job on harassing Liam Duval.
By the way, just to update, Bennett's last lap, the one of the number 2 Team Redline car, was a 2 minute 6.4 plays, roughly mid 2 minutes that everyone else was doing. I took Martin Cronk a 2 minute flat 0.4.
Right, so let's
2 minute flat 0.4 again.
Let's have a look, gallery. We've seen you sitting there doing nothing. Let's have a look at what happened with the 2 Redline cars.
I think John Monroe. I think John Monroe is the one rushing around on that one.
Yeah.
Of course,
you say rushing, he's probably out having a fag and a coffee, is he?
he's a very relaxed dude. Let's see what happened then on the
right.
replay. So you've got coming through here, this is Bennett.
Yeah.
And then you've got the BS competition, got into the rear of him.
Oh, he hit him.
Straight into the rear. And then you'll see Verstappen come through now.
Okay. All right, well, that was, just 2 into 1. Doesn't quite go. Well done, boys. Thank you very much indeed for that. So Max gets basically a free pass there, courtesy of a mistake by his teammate, so up to 3rd place. So the 2 Redline cars still 3rd and 4th, but the number 1 car now ahead of the number 2. And that's back to how they were early in the race.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's still the 2 Porsche Commanders out 17 seconds ahead of Max Verstappen at the moment. There's a long gap up the order to Zach Campbell and Martin Cronk. But again, when it comes to strategy and stuff, that can definitely open itself up later on in the race. We might see them being caught back.
Well, never mind later in the race. Last time round, Martin Cronk, the leader, 2 minutes 2.5, 2 minutes 0.3 for Zach Campbell in 2nd place, 2 minutes 0.1 for Max Verstappen in 3rd. So Max 26.3 seconds back. Yeah, okay, 2.5 seconds lost on that lap, but Max is pretty relentless in traffic as well. You know, it is a little bit like knowing that there is a great white shark chasing you. You have to swim like the devil.
Wasn't it navigating lap traffic that Max Verstappen crashed out of Le Mans Virtual, obviously back in January? It was coming up towards the first, the Ford chicanes. I think he was on the inside of a bit of traffic and then took too much of the curb on the left and then went out into the barrier.
Yep.
I think it was about 8 hours into the race. And so obviously trying to bounce back from that one, obviously get himself ready for Le Mans Virtual also. Hopefully we'll see him for Sebring also. I'm not sure, obviously a lot of teams, they need to field a pro driver at some point throughout the season. Now quite a lot of them have already, obviously Team Redline now have, but it means that we might see an awful lot of pros out in Sebring to get the team ready.
Well, they're
for
running out of
virtual
opportunities to do that, aren't they? Because that's what we've got.
Yeah, and only one more round after this before we get to the big race of the season. One more race of the year after this.
Yes, absolutely. Well, of this calendar year, yes,
exactly.
Absolutely right.
Wow, it's, I mean, this year's flown by. Now that I'm thinking of that, it's like, oh, right, we're at the start of November. Oh,
well, and Ben will be back for that one because I should be in Salt Lake City.
Yes.
So that's, I mean, that's how late in the year we're getting, boys and girls, because you know, we're still sim racing here in what looks like really lovely conditions at Spa. However, the bobsleigh season is not far away, so ice and snow beckon. Porsche Commander 1-2, but we will watch the progress. And actually, Martin Cronk just opening up a little bit more of a margin to Zach Campbell on that last lap. It's gone from 8-point-something to 9.6 seconds, the lead. And Max Verstappen, 26.1 back in 3rd, 27.2 back in 4th is the number 2 Redline car. Then 3 seconds back from him, AMG Team Petronas in 5th place. And what's that? Ooh, over 8.5 seconds back, the number 4 Floyd Van Wall car in 6th. The gap from them to Alpine is about 5 seconds. So Alpine still in the top 10 despite a radically different tyre strategy to most of the other cars. I was going to say around them, but actually in the entire LMP field. And look, here's the frustration. When your teammate gets through the traffic and you're sat behind not 1 but 2 GT cars, you've got to make the pass down the inside here. And you know you have to make the pass and you show it nice and early, and you just hope that the GT driver has seen that you are coming. Yeah, it was just a bit of a frustrating moment being on board with Bennett there. But, I mean, again, that's... When it comes to being in this style of endurance racing, I mean,
pretty much anyone on this grid. This is not their first season of doing this style of endurance racing, right? Big kick of oversteer on the exit of campus there from Bennett. You've got to understand when you're in the car. Yes, it's frustrating, but sometimes you just need to, like, yeah, don't worry about it, whatever, just brush it off, just focus on the race, because it's like everyone through this race, you're not going to get through 6 hours without having really, really, like, foul, awkward moments going through traffic. Everyone's going to get them, and it's just making sure that you don't trip over that traffic. Meanwhile, Bennett comes into the pit lane for a drive-through penalty for causing a collision. That'll be, of course, shockingly enough, with BS competition.
And there is the victim of...
That's a teammate.
That's the Marla car. Is that the third incident that the BS car's been involved in?
Yeah, because obviously they had the
one on lap one with the Porsche, where they were the pivot rather than they were the cue ball rather than the whatever it is that the cue ball hits. And yeah, 2 more incidents. I think they've been hit both times.
Yeah, they've not had a great round of BS
having said that, back up sort of towards the top 10 again. So Michele D'Alessandro for Marla in 4th place. And again, their race, basically, they selected reverse. I know, didn't they? Selected go at the start, didn't they? Got up to 2nd into La Source and are still challenging for a podium. And the car they're challenging is right in front right now. That's the 51 SF Velas car. So the factory Scuderia Ferrari team car.
Just saw Bennett out of pit lane there. Lost it's 61 seconds of reversal time in pit lane. You lose about, compared to the guys on track, you lose about 45 seconds when it comes to the actual time that you lose by going through pit lane. RHG and Yazhit Veloce going to switch over positions here, and RHG moving up the position. That's 11th spot now, so just inside the top 10. Team Redline remain, but they've got a bit of pressure on their shoulders. Who's about that? Is that? I'm going to say Marcel Cinčić without looking. It is Marcel Cinčić. The speed and the aggression is recognisable with the Hungarian, and he is rapid. I genuinely didn't know, by the way. I was scrolling through my live time, and that's not me just being like, trying to be a clairvoyant of some description. Yeah. I'm all right. No one believes me. All right, fair enough. Well, you'll be able to find out how many of those questions right Chris McCarthy got in about 6 minutes.
Excellent.
I can guarantee I'm not getting 15.
Well, now I don't know if he's going to tell us. We'll wait and see what he comes up with.
I just really want to beat Chris.
Yeah. Well, I got more than a fluky 1.5 this time, so I'm happy. 77 makes the move and sticks it.
That was very odd from Gasner. I think he was trying to like lift to allow Dane Warren to come through, and unfortunately lifted right in front of Dane Warren.
The problem with doing, it's the old stuff that I can remember this from many years ago. After a huge shunt in a 6-hour race at Brands Hatch, Jochen Mass came on the circuit PA, was being interviewed, and he said, listen, I just want to, he survived a huge crash at Clearways, and he said, I just want to say to everybody out there, if there is traffic coming up behind you, please, whatever you do, just stay on the racing line. Don't try and do us a favour, because if you go off the racing line, we have no idea where you're going next.
Absolutely.
And, and that's the same deal. I'll just lift here for him. No, because he's not expecting it.
Unless it's on a straight where they've got a slight overlap, then lift to let it. Absolutely.
But you just stay on the racing line and keep your speed up. Give the guy behind a fighting chance. And I don't care if it's a multiple world champion in a much quicker car. If you are on a predictable trajectory, he's got a chance of driving around you. If you're meandering all over the road like a learner, then you're causing accidents. You're not helping anybody, and least of all yourself or your teammates. So, yeah, it's always the deal. Stay on the racing line. At least then they know where you're off to.
Yeah, like I say, it's the most predictable position that you can go to, because like I say, as an LMP, if you're coming up to the back of a GT and you've said to them stay on the racing line, and then you stay on the racing line, they know exactly where you're going to be at any moment through that corner, which means that they can decide what they will do. And it's the always in this style of race, it's the higher category, so in this case the LMP's responsibility to lap cleanly at all times. The only exception to that is if the car they're lapping does something inherently unpredictable, which would be diverting from the race line. As long as the GT does that, then it is entirely down to the LMPs to make their way through cleanly and safely.
Absolutely right, and you know, in that instance, if there is contact between a quicker car and a slower car, again, the stewards will not just look at who hit whom, but why and where each of the cars were respective to what you might reasonably anticipate to be going to happen. And again, you know, if somebody comes off the throttle early and gets on the brakes early and you run into the back of him because you are still wide open at 190 miles an hour or 160 miles an hour, you know, in the tiny blink of an eye that it takes you to register that it's happened, you've hit him, then the stewards are not necessarily going to find you culpable because somebody else has changed what could reasonably be expected. So you're right, it is inherent on Marcel Cincic here to make the move cleanly on Luke Bennett. And Luke Bennett sticks on the racing line, and Cincic just didn't quite have enough grip there and can't quite come by, but now he's going to try and box him in behind the Porsche, and is that going to work? No, the Porsche goes to the apex, but now will drift out wide, and so Cincic actually might have the run here. No.
Oh, to be fair, Cincic played that.
Yeah.
Knowing, okay.
Didn't force it because the Porsche was going to be the one that got fired off there.
I know how aggressive Marcel Cincic has. I've commentated on him enough. He's a very, very aggressive driver. That was really well read because it was, again, thinking about the next day. Realistically, could have got to the outside of that Porsche and tried to go around the outside of the X-curve whilst making it 3 wide because you know what Bennett's going to do. Decided, actually, that's a really stupid idea. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to back off and I'm going to try and fight you later on in traffic. That is the mentality that we want to see because, again, it is using your brain when coming through traffic, which is easier said than done.
Yeah, because, you know, the adrenaline is pumping and thumping and you're just trying to make the move. So, again, you know, having consideration for what else is around you is all part of it, isn't it? Whether it's quicker stuff or slower stuff. And in that case, the Porsche potentially had the option to open up an attack on Luke Bennett, but in the end, it didn't quite work the way that Marcel Cincic wanted. So he comes back to the attack, starts another lap right behind the car in 10th place. Of course, Luke Bennett down there in 10th because of that unintentional contact with the back of the BMW at Pif-Paf about 8 or 10 laps ago now, which caused him to be awarded a drive-through penalty. So the RHG driver now heading down into Eau Rouge. Key here is to be clean and clinical for Eau Rouge and not to lose too much ground on the way through there, so you get a good slingshot up the straight. And this is where he's perfectly poised, still in the tow. There he breaks through the wake, but by that stage the job is done, and Luke Bennett recognised that. Meanwhile,
Pescarolo making a move.
Yeah, and is that a change of position? Yes, it is, ahead of the Ass Heat car.
I've got to say, I said it earlier, I don't know how this makes you feel, but that Pescarolo, the youngest average age of any lineup in Le Mans virtual history, an average age of 17 between the three of them. Again, said it before on the broadcast, incredible young talent between a lot of them. Makes me feel very old.
Average age of 17. Yeah, that's
16, 17 and 18 between them.
Excellent. Well, at least there are no 9-year-olds in there, but you know, that day will come. That day will definitely come. 3 hours in and 3 hours down here in the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. It started in beautiful conditions and nicely judged through the first corner as well. Everybody in LMP keeping their noses clean. GTE, though, it all went wrong for BS and for the for the Project 1 car right on the opening lap as they made contact. BS qualified strongly, but then turned around the 777 car and got collected by more prototypes. And in the prototype battles, while Porsche Coanda headed out front, everybody else was left to squabble in multi-car packs. Team Redline working their way through. And most of the prototypes starting on the medium tyre, but Team Alpine going with the softs. RAG's number 18 car working its way through from what was a less than favourable qualifying position. And Vector trying to struggle their way up from the bottom of the top 20 as well. Ideal conditions all the way through. 26 degrees of track temperature, 20 degrees of air temperature. Not bad for Belgium in November. It could well be an average summer day, but it has given us the opportunity to watch some fantastically close racing. Here is a classic example. Again, down into La Source, the inside pass for position, neatly executed. In the GT class, just as much going on. The Aston Martins looking pretty consistent, battling towards the podium, but it has been Porsche out front for much of the race, with BMW BS again getting caught out by what was then the third placed number 2 car from Team Redline. Max Verstappen in the 1 car, happening upon that incident and gladly taking third place. Number 2 then taking a drive-through penalty, which dropped him down to the bottom of the top 10. So 3 hours in, 3 hours still to go, and Porsche Coanda remain 1-2. Max Verstappen in third in Team Redline's number 1 car, bringing the margin down well under 20 seconds now. AMG Team Petronas, Floyd Van Wall and Alpine complete the top half dozen. There have been a couple of technical issues in the LMP field, which unfortunately has sidelined Axel and it seems Williams Esports as well. And looks as though Brabham is joining that short list of no longer competing cars. 25th place overall. Current leader in GTE is in fact D-Station's Aston Martin as we cycle through the GTE pit stops from the 77 Proton Coanda car, with BMW Team Redline's number 71 car that started on pole in third place from the ProDrive Aston Martin. But we are in the middle of that pit stop sequence, so we will see quite a number of driver changes, because there's a couple of cars where the drivers have got right to the end of their 3-hour maximum stint. So it is 23 that leads outright. Lewis McGlade has gone off to ignominiously fail to answer quite enough questions in the picture quiz, and we're rejoined by the ebullient Chris McCarthy. Chris, full 15 for you as well?
13.5.
13.5 out of 15. Okay, that's excellent stuff.
So there you go. Not bad, right? Easy.
Not bad at all.
I thought I'd leave a couple in there, you know.
Well, unfortunately, it was all. It's like in a Popmaster specialist questions. Girl bands or hits since 2000? No, neither of those, please. It was all a bit like that, I'm afraid, for me. So I needed some more older stuff. Anyway, back to the case in hand. Porsche Coanda, why are they so dominant?
Well, are they on another strategy is what the talk is upstairs, and what we have our guys working on for us.
Well, yeah, but they're not D-Station just so they're in from the GTE lead.
Are they going to need to do an extra pit stop is the question.
Well, and the question is now, with 3 hours to go, can anybody just squeeze through by doing one fewer than any of their rivals? It seems unlikely in the front runners.
We have John upstairs working on it for us, but
John upstairs, excellent.
But yeah, it's going to be. Oh, okay.
Porsche Coanda number 23 leader change, but he was the leader before, no?
By 6.7 seconds.
Yeah, from Zach Campbell, yeah. Okay, well, I don't think there has been a lead change. We'll see as we get to Le Combe,
but back to what we were saying,
Sector 1, if there is a change.
The talk is, are they going to need to do an extra stop at the end, because they are stopping earlier than the others?
Yeah, but only a lap or two. But they've been doing that right from the very beginning.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I'm not sure that 2 laps of Spa is enough to eliminate. You know, if the gap, if it was. They were 2 laps earlier in the first stint, 3 in the next, 4, then 5, then 6 laps. But they're not. They're still only 2 laps earlier. So nobody's actually gaining any more on them. And yet they've, you know, have they just gone, okay, we're going to sacrifice a lap's worth of fuel. Okay, so that's Martin Cronker, the leader, is in the pit lane.
Yeah.
Have they just gone, okay, in the opening stint, we're going to turn the wick up to 11, give it everything, get some distance between us and the rest, then we're going to just lay out and spend the next 5 hours gradually saving enough fuel to get that 1 lap back in the penultimate stop.
Yeah.
But we've still got the gap. We can maintain that and save fuel. If you don't have the gap, if you're chasing, you can't save fuel as efficiently as if you're ahead.
Possibly.
Do you know what I mean?
No, possibly, because the first stint they were very quick,
yeah,
right at the end of the stint.
Yeah.
So we'll have to wait and see.
Did we just see a change for position?
Alpine.
No,
we
no,
are seeing off screen, but
in the GT, I'm now trying to find where the Aston Martin was. Why can't I see it? Because I'm going.
Well, Marla
satellite
is
there.
right,
And,
yeah.
So yeah, Kevin Stolzer did get by David Pittard. So David Pittard in the satellite. I haven't mentioned him, so I'm assuming that he's been in since the start of the last stint. So yeah, so Michele D'Alessandro for Marla was getting ahead of David Pittard. That was a change for sixth place. Yeah.
Correct.
Panis, threading the eye of the needle. Why is that Porsche going so slowly?
That was brave.
Why is that Porsche going so slowly again? Is that his outlap? He's just come out of the pit lane, hasn't he? That's Martin Cronker. That's why I'm sort of slightly surprised that he is so slow still up the Kemmel Straight. But of course, they're coming through Eau Rouge with a lot more speed than he came out of the pit lane. So 20 is in as well, which means that Red Line's Max Verstappen will take the lead. Here he is, shown in second place on the side panel, and that will change to first place as he comes across the line. As he exits timing sector 1. So Zach Campbell stops. So far the routine for Porsche Coanda has been that they've double stinted their drivers all the way through. That's the end of Zach Campbell's first stint in the car, also the end of Martin Cronker's first stint in the car. So Cronker stayed in, expect Zach Campbell to stay in. Rory McDuff stops for Alpine. So this is the end of his second stint. So Team Redline leads. Number 2 car is in for Redline, is it then?
And there is Max, you can see on screen.
Yep. Looking as focused as ever, isn't he? And again, you see busy hands. Look, you could just watch nice, soft and relaxed hands, but there was just a little grab of opposite lock there as the car just sort of walked away from him. Flicks it down a couple of gears as he get into Bruxelles.
I do find it great that esports is providing someone like Max Verstappen a chance to race at the highest level in esports on his weekend off, essentially.
I see it the other way around, actually. Even more beneficial is that all these guys who have raced in esports for years get to race the reigning Formula 1 world champion. I mean, because you can't do that any other way.
No.
You just can't do that, and yet you can meet him on equal terms in this racing format. So I think that's, you know, it's a little bit like, you know, when you get a superstar doing the Formula Ford Festival or something like that. You know, normal mere mortals can race against somebody that for 20 other weeks of the year they can only see operating at this elite level on TV. You know, I think it, you know, that's the, we talk about this, or I've talked about this so many times, about the benefit of sim racing is that it is really democratizing. It is so cheap to start. You can start on almost no money at all, and you know, you don't need millions and millions to be able to have the same equipment as the Formula 1 world champion. Okay, you might not have the same backup or the knowledge or the experience or the touch or the ability, but you can go out and race against them, and that's the great thing about it.
Yeah, it is absolutely fantastic. Look, if you're new to Le Mans Virtual and someone like Max Verstappen has brought you here for the first time, we are running a competition which maybe could help you get your career in sim racing started as well, thanks to our partners Thrustmaster, where you can win a T128 steering wheel. There are a series of codes hidden on the Le Mans Virtual and Traction social media channels. The more codes you find, the more chances you have of winning a fantastic next generation Thrustmaster T128 wheel. Head to the pin post on the Le Mans Virtual Twitter to find out how you enter your codes. You might even find one in the YouTube and Twitch chats using the command Thrustmaster. So do get involved in that, and you can kickstart your career in esports racing.
Well, we've seen drivers competing like Jacques Villeneuve on like a joystick in elite level sim racing over lockdown and all sorts. So again, you know, don't imagine that you need to spend thousands of dollars or thousands of euros on a setup to be competitive. You don't. It's not. Well, you know, all of those little elements add a little bit more, but they're not absolutely necessary.
That's what we were talking about, Turka Hakkinen's. That's what me and Lewis remembered it quite well, actually, that his setup was sort of he sort of put it together with wood, didn't he? Yeah. And just put everything in there. It wasn't something that he'd gone out and bought. It was self-made, definitely.
Well, when we did the WTCR...
Now it looks really nice, I have to say.
We did the WTCR Championship a couple of years ago at the beginning of lockdown, and there were drivers there that had a steering wheel clamped to their, literally clamped to their kitchen table.
Yeah.
You know, and all of that, you know. Okay, Tom Coronel had one that had, like, smoke things on, so every time he did something fantastic, he sort of, like, threw smoke up in the air. But, I mean, that's Tom, because he's a showman. But there was literally everything between something you borrowed from your neighbour's kids, hello Ted Björk, to, you know, clamped to your kitchen table, to a sort of a more, clearly more well-used, you know, and slightly more professional looking rig. And these guys, you know, these are professional racing drivers who don't have the time, but a lot of the time, you know, have the wherewithal to buy kit, and still, you know, are cobbling stuff together. I mean, it's not like Jacques Villeneuve can't afford a seat in a rig. He just liked to do it on a joystick, on literally, you know, on a PlayStation controller. So, I mean, it's, you know, you can do it. You can do it. It's okay, you know, and the more you get into it, and the closer and closer and closer you get to the very top, the more you do need that kit, but you don't need it to start. And again, you know, yesterday we had the last public race for the Le Mans Virtual Cup, and again that will come around next year for the Le Mans Virtual Series. You can go and you can set your fast laps, you can qualify to go into the Le Mans Virtual Cup, and the top point scorers at the end of the season will be given a drive in the Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual. So, you know, it is an absolutely bargain bucket way of getting into a proper pro run crewed car. You know, it's a great opportunity that doesn't exist in the real world.
No, not at all. It's a fantastic opportunity, that Le Mans Virtual Cup, and as I said, it's now, of course, the next round is just for the top 30 in the points, but it's something that I'm sure would be looked to brought back again next year, and do keep an eye on it. But in the meantime, rFactor 2, there's plenty of other things that are run on that platform which you can get involved in the meantime, and get yourself ready for when the Le Mans Virtual Cup rolls round again next winter.
Battle for 8th place. You're looking at the grey car Yasheet chasing down 65, the Panis racing car. Just trying to remember, and I probably need to Google this, what year Olivier Panis was born. I'm guessing 1965. I can't think otherwise. The only other reason...
Is that just because of the number on the car?
Yeah, the only other reason I can think of that Panis racing cars would always have 65 on is the department number in France. So, for instance, Yvan Muller was always 68 because that's the number of the department of France where he's from. So, 2nd of December 66. Okay, so we now need to look at what department is 65 in France. It's the first two numbers of the 5-digit sort of zip code that they have. So Le Mans is 72, Paris, Central Paris is 75, and so on and so on. So yeah, okay, yeah, there's all sorts of reasons. Okay, so it's not his year of birth. in the same way that 100 on Ivan Muller's touring car is not his actual age. Team Redline still leading and has made 4 stops. Okay, so now how many laps ago did the Porsches stop for their 5th stop? Should have really made a note of that, shouldn't we? Because that might actually be quite interesting, that the #1 Redline car is in fact now, well, it's now in the group with AMG and Floyd Van Wall, that the 2 AMG cars, the 2 Floyd cars, that are going to go in as a clump. But that lap count between when the Porsches stopped and everyone else stops seems to be growing larger. So maybe they are still hemorrhaging laps. Oracle Red Bull under pressure from the R8G Ferrari. So Ferrari winning for the very first time in Monza, the first time in the Le Mans Series Virtual that they have claimed an overall GT win.
I was going to say, these are the 2 race winners from this season, aren't they? Battling for 9th and 10th. Who would have thought that?
Well, and what different fortunes they had at Monza. 99 came backwards into the Rettifilo on lap 1. It was actually tagged before the start line into a spin and just shot backwards through the field, and the Ferrari ended up winning the race. So yeah, and then here they are, sort of both together in the middle of the field, in the middle of the pack.
P1 Esport a little bit further up the road, having to deal with the likes of SF Velas and the Mahler team as well in another very close battle all going on.
We can see the satellite Aston right there, the white car with the red and blue. So that is just ahead of Sim Maranello, and right behind them is the Oracle Red Bull Porsche, and then the R8G Ferrari. So you got, what's that, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th. That's the bottom half of the top 10, basically.
There we go. That's Maranello diving down the inside.
And that is #1 into the pit lane. Yes, it is. Max Verstappen stops. Right, I'm going to make a note of this. That's lap 94 for Max, so we'll wait and see. And who comes in behind him? AMG are in as well. Jesper Pedersen for Floyd Van Wall is in as well. Okay, so the story is that Redline have gone 1 lap longer on each stop than Porsche Coanda.
Okay.
So that's 2, end of 1, end of 2, end of 3, end of 4, end of 5. So that's 5 laps they should have gained. That should be a 6th here.
Move that.
Yeah.
That's the AAA going past Satellite. They've had a bit of a bad lap here, losing 2 spots.
But it sort of comes and goes with Satellite. You know, they've been as high as 4th and as low as 12th. And that's, you know, again, that just shows how tough it is to race in, well, I was going to say in this class, in this field, in either of the 2 classes, because if your tyres are going away, if you're on a second stint set of tyres compared to a fresher set for the car behind, then you're always going to be hemorrhaging time. And then, of course, you should hopefully get it back next time round.
P1 Esport lost 4th as well. SF Velas and Mahler both going past as well. Ooh. So they've dropped to 6th place in GT.
Right, so have they just not quite got the driver speed on board, or are they on older tyres, or yeah,
might have been traffic or just a move done.
#1 car comes back out front, or back out in 3rd place, but Martin Kronke leads Zach Campbell, and the gap remains pretty consistent at the front of the P class as the Fordzilla car goes by 51 SF Velas. VS competition car, that white and green, that's the Mahler car, isn't it? The white and green car. That is 4 position behind the Ferrari, and behind him is the P1 Esport Porsche. So the orange nose on the Porsche as we ride on board with the Mahler BMW. So the Ferrari gets away a little from that slow speed corner, but then of course he was picking up the throttle as we were still completing our rotation around the corner. Now let's see, as we come out of Eau Rouge, here comes the BMW. He had a nice clean run there, Michele D'Alessandro. Kevin Stolzer in front is a little bit dead in the water, and there should be enough maybe for the Marler car to show its nose on the inside. No, he doesn't think so. Great audio on board. I mean, that, you know, it's all, you know, the different layers, the sound, the look of it, the shading, everything. You know, you can think back to the early Polygon days of Gran Turismo, and just what a different planet these sims are on now. Wholly enveloping. The BMW is losing nothing to the Ferrari here. Porsche is just dropping away a fraction behind, as you can see, and traffic is not going to help the Porsche here either.
And quite a few of the LMP teams coming out the pits. Floyd Van Wall, AMG team Williams, R8G as well, next few, and also Yas Heat, so we'll see where they slot into, and that will mean pretty much everyone's done at least 5 pit stops, except for R8G in the 18. They are on 4, but everyone else has done at least 5 stops. So they also stop, and they might be in, they should be in this lap. Surely, yeah. Meanwhile, Proton Coanda leading from BMW Red Line. So getting a little bit busy there. Fordzilla just trying to hold their own ahead of Team Red Line and R8G. 18 is in the pit lane now, so there is the Fordzilla car. We're on board with the number 2 machine, Luke Bennett. This car was 3rd, had an incident that he then picked up a penalty for, and he is currently, as you can see, down in 11th place. Having to get back through after that penalty. But look at the way he hoovered up Alessandro Ottaviani in front of him in the Fordzilla car. He had a good clean run through Eau Rouge, over Rédillon, and then the slipstream. You know, first of all, he's got that momentum, and then the slipstream just hoovers him up as well. What it actually does is it starts to slow down the car in front and speed up the car behind, so you get that double impact, that double closing effect. And if you've ever sat behind a truck on the motorway, you'll know exactly how that feels. Back with Marler. Again, good run out of Eau Rouge. He's going to have to go the long way around the outside, though, isn't he? Oh, no, it's R8G, isn't it? 2 winners this season, and R8G round the outside there. That's going to be 7th place for them. Made that look very easy. Certainly wouldn't have felt it in the car, though. R8G, good move there from Alex Smoliar, FIA Formula 3 race winner this season. Well, the other thing there with Alex is that you've got to trust the guy on the inside not to just turn you into a spin. You know, in the end, in the long run, it won't benefit him if he does, but you've got to try and give him enough room to survive so that you can survive as well. And so for both guys, you know, you're up against somebody who's lapping at the same pace as yourself. You know that the chances are he's going to need to keep his wits about him, and you sort of gamble on that being the case. 77 in the pits, Dane Warren, race leader for Proton Coanda. Comes in, okay, so that's lap 88 there coming in. Yeah, so BMW Team Redline are pole sitters. They led the first couple of hours, and then the 77 car has just sort of chiseled its way into contention. And the question is that entirely artificial or not? The thing is, you have to, they stop on the hour every time, essentially. Or, you know, roughly they'll just stop on the hour. Proton, as you can see, are not doing that. So where does the... Yeah, but hang on a minute. You say they stop on the hour. Where does the extra stop come? We've got 2.5 hours left, so we're half an hour into the race. We're 26 minutes in, past the hour. So it's the stint is longer than an hour. They're gonna... I don't know. They're gonna try... It's hard. Yeah, it's hard to say, really. Well, I seem to think that the first GT stops was sort of about an hour and 2 or an hour and 3 minutes, but that does mean that you have to, you can't in GT, you can't save a stop.
Because
I don't know.
No. If it's a 6-hour race, if they're only doing 55-minute or 58-minute stints, then there's the option to somehow try and stretch one so you can, or each stop so you can make it an hour. But if you can easily do an hour, and everybody can do an hour, you can't save a stop. Because you've got to save an hour's worth of running to not feel. You can't. It can't be done. So GTE here is absolutely, all bets are off. First to the flag, fast as you can possibly go.
Yeah.
Now, in the prototype class, it's different because they can't run an hour. They're doing more than half. They're doing less than one. So in there somewhere, there's an awful lot of potential for somehow shortening up your last stop to make a difference. But we're now halfway in, and more than halfway in. We're into the second half of the race. If you're a minute behind, you need something very, very big in terms of strategy over some very, very, very good rivals to get that minute back.
Yeah.
You've got to be sitting taking on a minute less fuel or 30 seconds less fuel. That's a lot of laps saved. Now, what you're looking at is potentially, if Redline can do that, what are they doing? Let's say they're going to do, we've done 6 stops in 3 hours 20. So let's say they're going to do 9 stops. If you're saving a lap on the previous 8, you've saved 8 laps worth of sitting stationary. And if you're 16 seconds behind, that's enough to make enough of a difference. So it may not be that you don't have to stop, but how long you have to stop for on the last stint is sort of where, that's the metric they're aiming for. And all of that stuff that you and I sit here going, hang on a minute, how's that going to happen? Max does that in his head at 200 miles an hour, and so does Lewis, and so do all of those guys, because the actual driving takes so little of their overall mental ability that they can do all the arithmetic and the long divisions. They don't even have to think about it. It's just an instinct at this stage, at this level. And so automatically they just look at it and go, okay, so we need to do that, that, and that. Oh, do we? Yeah. Okay, great. Yeah. Right, okay, fine. And that's the level that Max and the engineers, and all those drivers and engineers in Formula 1 operate at a level that you and I couldn't approach if we had all week to come up with the strategy.
Yeah. No.
Because we don't know what we're doing, and they absolutely do. And then they also go out and drive like this as well. So it's not just the pit wall brain; they're doing it all while relentlessly battering out the lap times.
Yeah, and you've got to remember the amount of preparation that goes in, that he's used to putting into races. There's no doubt there's going to be some carryover into that as well.
I would love to know, actually, at what stage, leading up to this race, this week and last week, did he manage to get simulator hours in? I'd just love to know, just out of, and I'm sure all the fans would, just out of pure interest, where does that, where from Mexican Grand Prix to racing, where's the top? First of all, you had to get back. Or be somewhere else or whatever, and then you have to spend the time, and it's the middle of the night or the middle of the day or whatever it is on your bike. Everybody else would just be lying in bed going, oh, I'm still, I don't know where I am, whatever. Just how do they do it? Just how do they do it? It's just, they're insane. I mean, they're genuine. I mean, not, they're just astonishing the way that these drivers can. And I don't really make much differentiation between the sim drivers here and the real-world drivers, because guys like Martin Cronk and Zach Campbell, they're doing all that same stuff. They're having those conversations in their headset while they're driving something they can't even feel. Do you know what I mean? I mean, it shouldn't be... It shouldn't be doable by a normal person. So clearly it's not doable by a normal person. And as much as they would argue, well, no, I am just a normal person, they're just not quite the same as other normal people. They've got a little something extra going on, and that's what makes the difference. That's, and that whole thing, that's what makes sport so fantastically fascinating. Whatever sport you're into, these people are just different in some way, and this is no different at all to any other sport. On that,
absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, Porsche Coanda, 7/10 apart.
They're
Now,
very
this is the closest these cars have been since they, in fact, since before.
I'd say for a long, long time.
They weren't even that close on the grid. Okay, now we're going to see a replay of what?
Oh, Max was spun round.
Yeah.
By RHG.
Okay, now again.
That's put him 30 seconds behind Porsche.
Yeah, I was wondering.
10 seconds behind AMG.
I was wondering why that gap had opened up. So there are two things going on here while I was busy down a rabbit hole. How did the Porsches get within a second of each other? And what happened to Max? And we've just seen what happened to Max. But how did the Porsches get within a second of each other? They were not acres apart. It was about 6 or 7 seconds, but it was 6 or 7 seconds, not 6 or 7 tenths, which is what it is now. So has Zach Campbell just suddenly found something? Did Martin Kroenke get badly held up? Did he have an incident like we've just seen?
Well, last time round they were
Max
split by
Verstappen?
1/10. So yeah.
Yeah. It seems unlikely that anything short of some little gravel trappy incident for the race leader could have made that sort of 6 or 7 seconds difference. And again, Max went from sort of 17-ish, 16, 17 seconds behind to 33.5. Now, that sort of doubled the disadvantage, and he's lost another place on the road. But what that means then is that time lost in that spin, although there may be, let's say, no other damage done to the car, the time lost for that #1 red line car may put in jeopardy their ability to gain enough back on laps saved to be able to take the battle to Porsche in the closing stages. But we will wait and see, because if this turns into a let's knock each other's doors off, then we could be in for a very interesting end to the race.
There you see 13 seconds lost last time from Max. That was the difference made from that spin.
Yep.
So, huge time to make up now. 2 hours and 26 minutes to try and do it in. But they were already trying to chase down the Porsches. And now that job's become a lot harder. AMG Team Petronas next up the road from them. From a championship point of view, they are sitting second. They do have some
AMG Petronas.
No, Team Redline.
Team Redline.
So they do have a 20-point gap over the number 20 car, which sits third, and then the 23 car is back in seventh. So finishing behind them wouldn't be a bad thing, really.
Which of the two Vector cars is right behind?
We are using the sort of 25 points system in this race as well. Same what we did last time.
That's Liam Duval, isn't it? Liam Duval in 101, that white and black and red Vector car. He's actually trying to get by the Porsches. The Porsches are now in fuel-saving mode. Have they got their carpet slippers on? 2-minute 1.8, 2-minute 1.4. AMG in third, 2-minute 1.8, 2-minute 1.1. Jesper Pedersen in fifth, 2-minute 1.7. So only the Alpine 2 minutes 2 is slower than them in the top 6. But
yeah,
that was close. That was very close in traffic for the number 20 car. That was much too close.
Yeah, Alpine are closing in, aren't they, on AMG Team Williams?
Let's see if we can take a look at that little moment in traffic again for Zach Campbell, because I was looking down at, as always happens, look at the laptop and try and analyse where the lap times are, and suddenly you look up and one of your lead duo is off the road and very nearly in the barriers. Well, that will have taken a little bit of pressure off the lead in Martin Kroenke. Zach Campbell can't afford to be putting the car off the road in traffic.
There, look.
Yeah, but that car is lapped. That is the car, the first car off the lead lap, Liam Duval, and he is going quicker than the leaders and wants to go by. Okay, so who was it?
This was Max again. So trying to get down the inside. He thinks there's a gap there. He's gone around the outside. That's really unfortunate, because the RHG car just runs wide through the corner.
Well, the RHG car is always going to run wide through the corner, unfortunately. Oh!
Wow.
Holy moly.
Who was that?
Oh,
wow.
That was the other Vector car, wasn't it? The one that or was that number 2? No, it wasn't. That wasn't number 2, was it? That was the other Vector car. That wasn't Lou Bennett. So, oh, come on, come on.
I think we're about to see a change for 6th as well, by the way. Alpine have caught AMG Team Williams. They've completed that chase, and they, on the softer tyre, I think we're about to see them make that move. 2.5 tenths back from them.
Was that big moment again for number 20? It was, again for Zach Campbell. So he went off in traffic on the last lap and very nearly spun it out of Eau Rouge. Ooh. If this was the battle you were looking for.
Here we go. So they've just hit some traffic. And this is our battle for 6th place. Which looks like it's going to change hands possibly this time around.
Yeah, 44 is the ARC Bratislava car. 7th place is Alpine. 6th is AMG Team Williams. Here is the Alpine car sparking as it bottoms out.
Zach Campbell, not a good lap last time round, was it? 1.5 seconds lost.
No, he had
time.
Well, he had 2 big moments in the last 2 laps.
AMG car being held up here through Lecom, just catching that Ferrari at the wrong time, and now it's going to hurt Alpine on the exit.
A little less so, maybe, because they were at sort of minimum speed that was very similar. So the net gain for Colin Spork of a couple of meters. And again, we talked about this when Lewis was still in. Alpine started the race with soft tyres and have stuck to their soft tyre guns, if that's not too many mixes of metaphors. And they keep sort of yo-yoing between 6th and 16th, depending on how the pit stops are going. So again, you know, we need a full strategy computer to tell us whether they are up or down, whether they will be needing to spend a lot more time in the pits or a little bit less than some of the rivals around them. I'd be surprised if it's a top 10 finish for them. Well, Zach Campbell had a moment in traffic at not at Piff Paff, at the bottom of the circuit, and then, oh dear, didn't see that one.
Oh wow! Where did well, the Vector car just went?
Yeah,
disappeared. Here we go. Move for 6th.
Down the inside. Oh, that was relatively cut. Got play. There was a little bit of the apex. Zach Campbell. Problem, and may not be the only
incident. See
So, for some reason the stream was dead there for a minute. Sorry about that.
Even Lewis might.
Dudes, Castro Nevis, thank you so much for your follow on Twitch. Appreciate it.
So I'm not quite sure what was going on there with Porsche Coanda. So apologies for technical difficulties. We now have pictures back. Hopefully you have pictures as well. So just to recap, it is still Porsche Coanda 1-2. AMG Team Petronas in third place with the 63 car. Max Verstappen having survived a looping spin after contact with the 888 Ferrari is in fourth position, but the stewards will look at that. In the GTE class, BMW Team Redline, our pole sitters lead. ProDrive Fire. Now ProDrive had a pretty decent race in Monza. They are having... I'm now going to regret even starting that sentence, aren't I? Now having a really decent race here. They're in second place. Marla BMW in third. And the SF Velas, best of the Ferraris, in fourth place.
ProDrive looking for back-to-back, so this would be a really good result. But for Marla in particular, this would be absolutely fantastic. The 13th and the 9th for them this season, running in P3. Really doing a fantastic job. I think it would be their best ever result if they can finish where they are. So really good performance for them so far.
Well, our chance to finish ahead of them.
Carried over from what was a great qualifying session for them as well. Went from 5th to 2nd in the first corner. So a great start to the race as well. They took advantage of a good qualifying. It's fair to say that.
Well, they definitely weren't hanging about at the start, either. You know, fifth to 4th or 5th to 3rd even is not too bad, but 5th to 2nd is pretty impressive in a packed field. So and there were no jump start penalties, so all good. Battle for 5th place then, Oracle Red Bull, the Porsche, and the R8G Ferrari behind, red, white and blue. Mexico Racing Team making their way through.
Obviously, Alpine are past AMG Team Williams. That move did get complete, and the gap between them is now 1.8 seconds. So we did see that move getting done.
And in 4th place, Max Verstappen. Last lap, 2 minutes 1.69. Leader, 2 minute 1.63. So not much ground being made up there. But
there is our leader in the pits.
Martin Kronke stops. Okay, so that is lap 107. I'm writing that down. Okay, 23 lap. I'm actually reading it out as I write it down. Max stopped on lap 94. It's now 103. That's 13 laps difference, whereas a stint is 18 laps. Yes. Yes.
Let's see.
Or should be.
Whether he does.
So I didn't make a note of when the 23 car stopped last time, but if it stops any further than lap 125, then it's making good fuel mileage. But we have to wait 20 laps to find out.
We'll find out soon.
Sim Marinello under pressure, putting the pressure on, under pressure rather, from P1.
Trust yourself.
Yeah, no, never trust myself. So through they go. Now that's the end of Martin Kronke's double stint, so I imagine that we're going to see driver change back to Josh Rogers in the lead car. Frederick Schandorf in the P1 Esports car. And again, you know, arrived, passed and disappears pretty much immediately. It shows that the car has got a bit of pace over the Ferrari, hasn't it?
R8G trying to line up a move on Red Bull as well. That's the fight for 5th in GTE. This is about a little bit further back. Sim Marinello, P1 Esports. Sim Marinello, whose race sadly fell apart pretty quickly after they were swamped by a load of the prototypes. As into the pits comes the other Porsche. One lap later. So that's the number 20 of Zach Campbell now in.
And again, I think that will be Zach Campbell out of the car, and they should then
guys, I'll be right back again.
To... Can't remember who started it, Mitchell de Jong. And then, presumably, having done double, 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 they'll do single, 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 and leftovers. Whoever's in last, and that'll be Zach Campbell in this case, and in the 23, whoever just got out of it, I forget. That will be, Martin Kroenke will do whatever's left. So the new leader, 63 AMG Petronas.
Graham Carroll takes the lead.
No points for laps led, no points for leading a lap. We ought to throw all this stuff in just for good measure. But then everybody will be very confused. But then everybody's very confused because, you know, we have 5 races over 5 months. So it's not like you're keeping an hour-by-hour track of it.
No. Alpine in as well.
Yep.
So they've come in for their next set of fresh, soft tyres.
And Van Wall and Fordzilla and Pasquale and Arnage were already in before. So Graham Carroll leads, Max Verstappen second, Nikodem Wisniewski in third. All of whom owe us a stop at some stage.
Let's see where Alpine come out this time. Is this going to be the stop where they come out roughly in the same place, I think? Or is this the one where they drop back? I can't remember now. There is RHG. We said they were in a fight with Oracle Red Bull Racing, and this is it.
There you go.
So, Alex Smolyar closing down. Alex Siebel in the fight for 5th and 6th place in GTE. On the brakes into the bus stop chicane, and Smolyar not quite able to get through this time around.
Front engine cars 1, 2, 3, BMW, Aston, BMW, and then the mid-engine pack. SF Valas, the 51 car, the factory Ferrari team, they're in 4th place ahead of this battle for 5th. And again, look at Satellite, you know, in 4th place, down to 15th place and back up again. So they, again, their strategy is full of snakes and ladders.
It really is, isn't it?
And again, haven't quite really followed closely enough to see what's gone on with that and why.
What happened to them on the line? They just stopped, did they? Or
may well have done.
Yeah.
Smolyar does not quite get around Siebel this time.
Don't know what. Well, it would only make sense that they did stop because of their lap time last time around.
Yeah. 4 minutes 48, yes, unless David Pittard stopped for a hot dog in a lay-by somewhere, a sausage in a bun, as much beloved of my youngest.
But that would be a bit early, no?
Well, I think, and they have done more stops than anybody else. I think that's sort of the way their race has been running. I think they've basically been...
That's why they're going up and down. So they drop back, and then they slowly make their way back up, and then they drop back down again.
Because they're completely out of sync with half the rest of the field.
Now we've just had the likes of, well, the Vector cars are in as well, but Alpine and Co come back out onto the circuit. Here we can see Alex Smolyar doing his best. Did do a purple first sector whilst in the toe of the Oracle Red Bull car, so both these guys setting some really good pace, in fact.
Yep.
And that is why Smolyar is struggling to get this move done, because Siegel was keeping up a good pace as well. They find themselves fairly alone in this race currently. There's a look at the 23 of Josh Rogers. So back in the car is Josh Rogers. Here we see the 888 go back to these two. I think it maybe next time around down the Kemmel Straight we might see Smolyar give this one a go. He's certainly not close enough into La Source. He'll stay in behind, but he's taken a slightly wider approach there. Wants to leave a bit of a gap on the run down to Eau Rouge. Sometimes they even back off down here just to get the full effect of the toe up the corner.
Yeah.
And there we can see it come into action now.
Yeah, you see, again, if you're too close, then you just have to have a tiny breath off the throttle. But Smolyar there just managed to keep it pinned. Oh, and look at that. Door was opened by the P2 car, and he goes, uses that gap. He's going to go around the nose. There is grip there. And again, if you can get to that left-hand apex, usually you can park the bus. Smolyar was not quite enough in front. That's, again, really good racing. We've seen a lot of this from these two guys together. Really good racing. Siebel and Smolyar gave each other room to survive.
That was close, because Smolyar was looking in his mirrors at that prototype to say, hurry up and get by, because I want to pull out of this slipstream. And I imagine it was an interesting fact as he was getting closer. He was just hoping that prototype was going to get by. Here's the Porsche car just clearing the number 28 Yas Heat car going through.
Yeah.
That's 10th place, but this is, of course, the Porsche car who has stopped.
So that's now Josh Rogers in 23. So he is now 9th on the road. Or, yes it is, isn't it? Yes it is, because Graham Carroll still leads. Leader has completed 110 laps. Redline number 1 last stopped on lap 94, so by my arithmetic plus 18 makes it lap 112 that he will stop on. So in this plus one more, Leader now has completed 111 laps and stays out. So any lap more than one more that AMG and Redline can put in means they're doing more than 18 laps on a stint.
I haven't seen either of them. Since we've been watching both of these guys, they've not made a single, not even half an error, have they? It's been absolutely textbook driving. Smolyar knows maybe he might have to try something different here, because trying to get the move done at Lake Como is just not working.
Yeah. Except...
There you see, look, he pulls out the toe because he doesn't want to get the full effect yet. Now he'll get back in.
Oh. See, the problem with being so close behind is that you lose front end and then it becomes a little bit wishy-washy. But here again, he's earlier around the outside. I mean, you know, it is the classic Spa pass, but he can't break through the wake. Now he's just about alongside.
This looks better. This looks a lot better.
But again, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no, the Porsche just eases him onto the rumble strips, you know, and they give each other room to survive. There's no contact here. Look at how close they are. And again, you know, you're looking at two cars. Imagine their speedboats side by side. You could see the wake coming off the bow of the boat. That is happening with the air, particularly at high speed on these straights. And so imagine you're trying to cross the wake of a speedboat and you both be bouncing around all over the place. Don't think that's not happening. Just because you can't see the air, it is having that effect on those cars. So when they are side by side at 160, 170 miles an hour, the car is rocking all over the place. It is bouncing around. It is not in a happy place. So for the driver, it looks like, oh yeah, I'm just sitting beside him, waiting for him to brake and I'll be brake. None of that. It is really, really busy. The car is desperately trying to hang on and the driver desperately trying to let it.
We just had a Sport put in a new fastest lap last time around, I believe, as well. So new personal best for him. He's setting some really good pace, actually.
Now here's the battle for third. Michele D'Alessandro ahead of Kevin Stolzer. Stolzer in that red Ferrari, the 51 factory colours. We will see those for the very final time in GTE Pro next week in the World Endurance Championship in Bahrain, as GTE as a pro class comes to an end. Next year, GTE will be entirely Pro-Am, so there won't be full factory pro teams. So we may see this livery on one of the Pro-Am cars, an AF Corsa car or what have you, but GTE Pro comes to the end of a storied era, and looking for third place still. Kevin Stolzer having a good look around the tail of the BMW, and the lead. Here's the gaps at the front of the field. 71 BMW team Redline, 12.4 seconds ahead of ProDrive in second, and then this battle is 30 seconds further back down the field. But there are different pit stop strategies going on, or different fuel consumptions being used. Lap 112, the leader is still not in, so this is an 18-lap stint at the moment at the front of the P class for Graham Carroll and Max Verstappen and Nikodem Wisniewski. So we'll wait and see how much further they can go on fuel, and then we will wait for the Porsche's next stops and see if that going a lap shorter than everybody else on each stop is still the go for Porsche. And then we will try and get somebody much more clever than us to work out the arithmetic. Again, look at Alex Smolyar. Yeah, well, yeah, but you can't do it while you're trying to look at things, diagnose them, try and figure out what's going on, and then try and explain to people what you think might be going on.
Yeah,
what you need is to sit down with a... Actually, what you need is Paul Trustwell. Everybody needs Paul Trustwell. That's where your strategy gets worked out. So RHG just getting a little break there in traffic and a tiny bit of respite, but again it will feel all too brief because Alex Smolyar will be closing right up behind at any moment. Lead is now on lap 113, so it is now a 19 lap stint for Redline and AMG.
It's close for third as well, isn't it? AMG Team Williams, next view. Van Wall very close together on circuit, just like these two are as well. Battling over 5th place. That battle is over 3rd place. Team Redline come in the number 2. There they are on screen.
That's only the number 2 car though, so again, not sure that they're going to be, I don't know, they might be a factor for the podium. It really depends who stops least in the final stop in the prototype class.
Right, here we go. Alex Smolyar, I think he's had enough of this now. Is this the lap he does this move? Let's find out. He's been alongside a lot earlier on other laps. Does this mean he's got a better run this time? I'm not so sure, but he's going to give it a go anyway. Round the outside he goes, and it's almost like an action replay. But is he going to try something he hasn't before this time? Yes, he does. Look at that. Far more aggressive this time, Alex Smolyar, and I think he's going to pick up the rewards for it this time.
I'm not sure. That's the problem. That's the problem with Bruxelles. It's such a long 180-degree corner, and again, as they go down through the Jackie Hicks curve.
That was close.
Now, R8G is the first car in the field on the medium tyre. The 5 cars in front of them are on the soft tyre. So R8G battling on the medium against the Porsche on the soft. So it's interesting that he's still finding the grip to run wheel to wheel, door handle to door handle, corner after corner. Leader now on lap 114 of the race. And into the pit lane comes 53 Nikodem Wisniewski for AMG. And Graham Carroll.
So Team Redline, as we have pit stops going on here. AMG Team Petronas, AMG Team Williams in, next view Van Wall in as well. RHG in. Oh, I almost did. I say that because I didn't want that battle to end, but there comes the Triple Eight car. RHG coming into the pit lane, but what a fantastic battle. What a show put on by Red Bull and by RHG as well. I'm sure they'll pick that one up very soon as they come into the pit lane. Smolyar bringing the Triple Eight car in.
There's your new race leader, Max Verstappen for Team Redline. Lap 114, he stopped on lap 94, at the end of lap 94. So if he stops at the end of this lap, it is a 20-lap stint.
That's 2 more than what we were told.
Yeah. Okay, now even if everybody was being a bit cautious and it turns out they're doing 19-lap stints, it's still a lap longer than standard, and he is still keeping up a good pace. So in his carpet slippers, he is producing good speed. We've got 4 hours down and 2 hours now to go. And again, this looks like it's going to be the tortoise versus the hare, except the tortoise is not slow. That's Max Verstappen into the pit lane, and that is after 20 laps. So, I beg your pardon, that is end of lap 115 for him as he crosses the line. No. Okay, I'm going to say it is lap 115.
It's your pen and paper, so you say whatever you want.
Well, he came in at the end of lap 94, and then that's set on my timing screens the end of lap 114. So 20 lap stint for car number 1, Max Verstappen. He is the leader after 4 hours. Porsche Coanda, though, second and third, and they will bounce back to the top of the pile. The question is, does their go fast and fuel economy be damned strategy actually work for them in the end? The LMP leader pits after 7 or 8 laps, longer run than they have been able to produce so far, and the lead changes back to Porsche Coanda. In the GTE class, it's a little bit more cut and dried, potentially, because all the top 5 cars stop in one go. Team Redline, ProDrive the Aston in second, Mahler in third. Front engine cars currently controlling the podium. The best of the rear engine cars, the factory SF Velas Ferrari in fourth, ahead of Proton Coanda and Oracle Red Bull. So plenty more racing still to go. And that's it for me for a moment. You'll hear from Chris McCarthy, and then the next voice will be that of our arch mathematician Lewis McGlade, who will have all the answers for you, Chris.
I hope so. I hope so. So just to go through it then, Porsche Coanda 1 and 2, AMG Team Petronas coming up to third now as pit stops are being served from the number 1 Team Redline. Max Verstappen is jumping out of the car. Jeffrey Rietveld is jumping in. Then it's Yasheet Alpine. Next view, AMG Team Williams, R8G and R8G 9 and 10. Your top 10 in GTE are Proton, D Station, Team Redline, ProDrive, Mahler, SF Velas, Oracle Red Bull, Project One, and then behind that BMW Team BS Plus Competition, P1 Esport. But we have the pit stops going on, so that top 10 could look just a little bit different. Very, very shortly, Martin steps out for a pit stop of his own. Lewis comes back from serving his after an hour. Great to have you back.
It's good to be back. It's great to come back into what is a moderately broken broadcast. We've been doing either way.
What have you been doing? We've just been sat behind this,
tinkering things behind the scenes. Obviously, answering my questions, of which. So
what did you get?
Well. I don't want to give I want to give an actual correct number, because there's been some fibbing in this commentary booth.
There has not. There's not been.
There's been some absolute rubbish being said in this commentary booth, with regards only specifically, of course, towards the correct amount of answers. So I'll follow that trend and say I got 20 out of 15. Right. You'll have to go onto social media to find out what I actually got. I can guarantee it wasn't that. And also we've got to see who won between the three of us.
What was that?
Nothing. Can't say it on air.
I thought you were just telling me how many you got there.
No.
And if that was how many you got, that was terrible.
Oh dear. Well, let's focus on this battle at hand, because RAG are going to get to the outside coming into the bus stop, trying to get past Van Wilburst. Of course, it's the 444. That one being driven by David Marocek, and Marcel Chinchik will pick up that spot quite easily, relatively, as we'll bring ourselves back on topic rather than talking total rubbish.
So, what have you made of what you've been seeing when you weren't guessing cars?
That rejoin from Max Verstappen was questionable, wasn't it? Obviously, so we had the instance. That was the big one, a big talking point recently between Max Verstappen and Alex Samolya. The two of them coming up through this section.
This part,
tricky one. That from race control as to see what they were going to do. Was there a decision on it?
It looked like Max was going around the outside of the RIG car, maybe just ran slightly wide. Hard to really put anyone at fault, in my opinion. That's a hard one to call, isn't it, really?
So, always in this style of racing, as we always know, is that it is the responsibility of the LMP, the higher category, to make the pass safely through traffic. And in that sense, going around the outside of, really is probably not the wisest. Smolliard did come off the white line, though, so there is a little bit of that, maybe a bit of unpredictability, at which point I'm kind of like, look, you're both doing something pretty silly there, at which point it's a racing instant. That rejoin isn't a racing instant, though. That rejoin was bad. So it's like, I'm not sure which way race control will go on that. If I'm honest, I want them to kind of like put a stern warning
that was
down.
One of the Vector cars.
GR Vector,
it was, yeah.
I want it to be like a stern warning.
Very good avoidance from them.
And then just like get on with the race, because obviously we don't want it to spoil the race. But at the end of the day, was there a breach of rules? Was it an unsafe rejoin? And the answer to that is a pretty slam dunk one, if anything's really to be said. But obviously race control can see it from every angle. Oh, I can actually see it on here. It did get put down as no further action, thankfully.
There we go.
An unsafe rejoin for Verstappen almost crashes a few cars, was the instant brief description.
Well, there we go. Now, what's your take on Porsche? Because as you can see from the scribbles down there that Martin was doing.
Yeah, it's not in a consistent place, so I don't know what it means. It's just sort of
work it out.
Well, I've got lap 94 written down, 23 lap 107, 20 lap 108, obviously when they pitted, versus the 63, the 53, the 40, the 444, the 8 that all came in on lap 114. It's actually not that bad, I can read this.
Yeah.
It's more legible than my handwriting.
Better than this, isn't it? Oh, here we go. Here we go. This is a good battle going on. Battle for 6th place. R8G versus AMG Team Williams, and it's the R8G round the outside, and that's going to be through into 6th place.
He's very good, it's tricky.
Yeah, I mean, well, this is a great recovery. Here we go. This is a replay of
Rotchek,
Van Wall, 444. Oh, that's unlucky.
Yeah, the massive concertina effect. Obviously, they were coming through the BS competition car that was there. They were slowing down. There was not really much that David Rotchek could do there, and just got into the rear end, of course, of Chinchik, who was ahead. It's going to give damage to the rear end of Chinchik, particularly, obviously, rear end being the diffuser damage. It will cause it to be really quite unstable going through the medium and high-speed corners, which is obviously not what you want. So this might actually be. It might not be too bad, but if he's got hit just in the right spot, this could actually make the car very tricky to drive. It looks okay at the moment, but it's one of those things that will get worse as you start overheating those rear tyres. But anyway, Chinchik's doing great.
But Porsche, are we going to need to see?
I think we're going to see an extra spot. I think we're. There's one of two things that will happen, and we were kind of like discussing this upstairs in the gallery when I jumped off with. There is. One of two things that will happen between them is either, number one, Porsche will have to come into the pit lane an extra time than those around them, or number two, which is obviously what they want, but it isn't ideal either way, is that they'll come into the pit lane and they will have a longer stationary time versus like the red lines and whatnot later on. They'll actually end up having a shorter stop courtesy of the amount of fuel and potentially tyres they have to put in. That's obviously what Porsche Commander will want, because they've pulled out quite a large margin, at which point it wouldn't be too bad. But by what I'm seeing here is they are on the cusp of potentially an extra entire stop over the rest of the LMP contingent, which are trying to save. I mean, like, again, the difference between them on laps at the moment, like we said before, the 23 and the 20, they came in on 107 and 108. And then I said before, the 63, 53, 444, 8, etc. They all came in on 114. That is 6 or 7 laps different.
Yeah.
Which we know a full stint is really around about 17, 18 laps. So it's kind of, it depends how long originally that final stint was going to be. And I'm not sure.
So would that put AMG Team Petronas then as our possible leaders?
Potentially, yeah, I believe. I don't know. It would do, because the 63 have pitted on lap 114, right? Yeah. So if that is the case, that if the 23 and the 22 have to make that extra, pit stops take,
remembering how long one takes as well.
Don't start with this again. But yeah, if they do have to stop again, then yes, the 63, that AMG Team Petronas Esports car, that is the one that will be the beneficiary. That'll be the one that takes the victory. It's just the thing is, the 23 is going 1 lap shorter than the 20, which puts them in more of a danger zone. But the 20 might just be able to do enough. That's the thing. That's the joy of a race like this, where it's like it's up in the air, isn't it?
And Proton, what are you thinking for them as well? I mean, Proton, of course, they're out of sync as well with the others. What are you making of where they could come out?
Oh no, I think they're done. I said this when I was on with Martin. When it comes to their chances of a race victory, unfortunately, for us anyway, unfortunately, I think the race victory at the moment realistically is going the way of the 71 for a second consecutive year around here. Like they are in such a strong spot. Fire are close enough if there's a mistake, maybe, but of course the race leader in that category, as you said, is Pash Gergis, who's in the Proton Coanda. Speaking of the other one, a little bit of contact from BS Competition getting down the inside. Who's behind the wheel? Ibrahim Khan getting down the inside of Takanen. I mean, that was a bit. It was quite literally push to pass.
Yeah, yeah. I like that analogy.
it wasn't great. But this is where someone. I
like push to pass as well.
Will Levesque once back in the day of sim racing, he described something like that as a clean bump and run, which I thought was a hilarious statement.
Has he given the place? No. No, okay.
This is Ibrahim Khan. This is a feisty young Scotsman in Ibrahim Khan, who is desperate to hang on to the high highs of 13. I mean, it's been a rough day for him. He had a great day yesterday, did Ibrahim Khan.
Well, they qualified
second.
Row.
And it was Ibrahim Khan who jumped in to do that qualifying session. He did an incredible job as the 18 RAG tries to get its way past Rocket Simsport.
So that's a battle going on for 17th place. But yeah, it's just it's hard. It's going to be hard for a team to get over something like that, isn't it? When you've qualified so well and then it falls so dramatically and so quickly. Yeah, it went badly, didn't it?
Yeah. And also, the other irritating bit is early. That is the other thing. It's the same with you, even with Project One. I know they've been able to fight straight away a little bit. But like I say, when it's happened in that first moment of the Rio, in the first few moments, you're sat there being like, oh. It's already gone, is it? It's just like, well, so now we've got six whole hours of doing nothing.
That's when,
yeah, that is brutal. I've had that before, and I can tell you, I am a very solid RQer on that one. It is a very hefty rage quit. It's not too bad, but no, normally going into an endurance race, especially these days, me and my mate Dan Kell, who I normally do the endurance races with, we'll look at each other and we'll have a game plan to be like, right, if we get hit on lap 1 to the point where we'll have all this set out to be like, these are the things in place for we will just bail from this race and go and do something else. So, yeah, we're not very good at endurance racing.
No, I was going to say, I wouldn't have you in my team after doing that.
Actually, I'm just going to drop a stat from the last year on a different sim, the 12 hours of Bathurst.
Yeah.
Is that there were, of the 2,907 teams that took part in that race.
Wow.
Obviously over different splits and whatnot. Only 2 teams got through the entire race without a single incident point, which obviously you get from track excursions and whatnot. Only 2 teams. One of them was Enzo Benito and Max Verstappen, and the other one was Lewis McGlade and Dan Kell. That is my main claim to fame, is that I'm on a list with Max Verstappen and Enzo Benito.
And I'm sure he talks about it in the paddock.
Just as much as I do.
Here we ride on board with Terzi trying to get past Frederick Schandorf, making their way down towards bus stop chicane. This is a battle for 6th place. Both going along really well in this race, P1 Esport and Sim Maranello as well. Well up there inside the top 10. Sim Maranello fighting to the end. They could have very easily dived out of this one, but they have not thrown in the towel, and they could pick up a lot of rewards for doing so. Fighting along really well, and they've had a good season so far, running 4th in the championship, in the top 5 in both races so far this season. So Sim Maranello will want to keep that run going.
And a great recovery.
Yeah, it has been, hasn't it?
Although I will say, because of their stopping at very awkward spots, as there is the move down the inside, Rocket Simsport, that'll be Mika Hakimi behind the wheel trying to get past Ulas Ozil-Dirim at the moment in the RHG, that number 18, of course the car that Roman Grosjean was in earlier on in the race, trying to switch over positions a bit further down in that LMP pack. You can see there for 17th spot at the bottom of the timing sheet on the left hand side there, the tight little battle between the two of them. But yeah, unfortunately the only real issue with that at with Andrea Terzi in the Sim Maranello car is because of the incident they had earlier on, they were put on a bit where they basically did a short stint early on in the race, and so they will be pitting in about 20 minutes time, and that's obviously an hour and 20 minutes is a little bit too much to do in a GT, so they are going to have to do a short stop, unfortunately through no real fault of their own.
No.
As by the way, speaking of short stops and whatnot, the 77 has been into the pit lane, Pash Gergis from the race lead in GTE.
Here we pick up Arnage versus Yasheet. Down the Kemmel Straight they go. And this is going to be a change for 14th place as Yasheet go by, make that place. 14th position for Yasheet Veloce in this race. Porsche Coanda still leading on and pushing hard, actually. They've done a personal best through the first sector, as did Yasheet, picking up a nice run. I think we see a lot of that when we are seeing drivers pick up toes from even just back markers, getting through traffic, and we're seeing drivers get through that first sector incredibly quickly. Now, Red Bull did have the pressure before of the RHE car. Now they have this number 77 car to deal with, Proton Coanda,
who's just pitted. The 99 will be expected to come into pit lane in 43 minutes. This is a genuine battle for position between the two of them. Dennis Jordan opens up the door, Pash Gergis comes through. And so there is an easy switch position. Like I say, I mean, Dennis Jordan is wise enough, smart enough, and obviously definitely smart enough to bring us some maths that me and you can't make heads or tails of, to be perfectly honest, as he was the one that was sending us all that information about how long the pit lane loss was.
I know.
Which, I mean, even at the, I got lost at even Dennis Jordan's message to you, to be perfectly honest.
So did I. So did I. I wanted to actually just reply to myself and say,
sorry, mate. Just please dumb it down for us. So I can't dumb it down for you. He sent me a picture with how like the pit lane and stuff worked, and he was like, I literally can't dumb it down for you. It's just there in the picture. And I went, no, you need to try.
Yeah, it's like, he showed me it. I was like, I don't understand that. That's the thing.
Apparently, the fuel rate though in GTE is 3 litres a second. So at least we know that. That's what it says on there.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
It means they're putting in 3 litres a second. Of fuel. So that one's quite easy, actually.
Yeah.
It's a 90-litre tank, so 3 litres a second. It should take a certain period of time. 30 seconds.
There you go.
30 seconds, obviously, to fill the tank. In GTE, obviously. But, as we're on board with the P1, getting all over the rear end of Sim Maranello. Every time I'm going to say it on broadcast, every time I see P1, I'm like, Project P. Which one's Project 1 and which one's P1?
P1 eSport. Yeah. Doing a really good job so far as we ride on board with them. And whilst we do, let's remind you of the competition we are running today, thanks to our partners Thrustmaster, where you can win a T128 steering wheel. There are a series of codes hidden on the Le Mans Virtual and Traction social media channels. The more codes you find, and the more chances you have of winning a fantastic next generation Thrustmaster T128 wheel. Head to the pin post on the Le Mans Virtual Twitter to find out how you enter your codes. You might even find one in the YouTube and Twitch chats using the command Thrustmaster. So head over to there and get involved, and maybe you can even win yourself a T128 steering wheel. One of those, like, Lewis.
That was better read than mine earlier on.
Cool. Of course it was. Of course it was.
Yeah, they're professional. Again,
yours was just a dry run, you know.
Yeah. The T128 though, it's brand new, and by brand new I mean it's very, very new, as in it's literally only a few, a week old, I think, realistically. So brand new.
Yeah.
It's a proper entry level wheel. So the T248 that we've shown off quite a few times to these broadcasts, it's still that's like an entry level. That's the wheel that you would upgrade from a T128 when you actually like, you like in sim race, whatever. The T128 it's a budget friendly wheel for those that they're doing their sim racing on a controller, or not even sim racing, they're just playing the F1 games, Gran Turismo and whatever on the controller. I want to step this up. I want to have a wheel, but I don't want to buy one of these ones that doesn't have force feedback and doesn't have, like, you know, you want to spend something that actually will work and will last a fair while, you know, if you look after it and whatnot. And that's exactly what this wheel is supposed to do. It does have force feedback. It does have this. It does have that. It works the way you would want, you know, even a higher end wheel to work for a much lower price. Of course, you will lose out on, you know, some of the things like force feedback. But that's why the Thrustmaster are bringing out that brand new direct drive. There's obviously the announcement, I think of it, and then showing it off will be later this month. I believe the 17th of November was what we had in that countdown to green. Cannot wait.
Tell us more.
That.
Tell us more.
I don't know more because it's not been announced yet.
Ah.
Well, you'll have to wait until the 17th of November.
17th of November.
I'm pretty sure it's the 17th.
We find out more about this new bit of kit that they're bringing out.
Yeah, direct drive. It's the way forward in the sim racing world.
Right.
With direct drives and whatnot. It's always the. Whilst I will go into this in detail, by the way, in January. So if you want to get bored off your socks, wait until about 3 o'clock in the morning on there. There are a few different types of wheels, and direct drive is like the top one when it comes to how much power you can get and the fidelity of the force feedback. If you look at most of the top end drivers of this grid, a lot of them will have direct drive. 64 has been reprimanded for ignoring blue flag. 64 being the satellite racing car. David Patel.
These two have swapped places as well, haven't they? Proton and RHG.
Yes.
So 77 classed Risto capitain that 888 RHG car. Into the pits is Rocket Sim Sport, as well as is Josh Rogers in the 23. So.
Well, next lap we'll see Mitchell. Let me consult my notes. Oh, I've got to write this down, have I? Goodness me. Sorry, Martin. Hold on.
Martin didn't start that for no reason.
What lap are we on? 125. Even though that would actually be 124. That's fine. There we go. That'll be fine. Obviously, so they pitted last on 107, so it's been another 17-lap stint from the 23. Basically, what we'll see is next lap. We'll see this. Basically, this is spoilers. Next lap, we'll see the 20 in on 125, and then around about 6 laps after that, we'll see the 63, the 53, the 44, and the 8. It might be 7 laps after that because they'll obviously be going for an 18th lap. Spoilers.
And then who do we see cross the checkered flag first? Do you want to spoil everything for us?
I will. It's not an easy one. With it being 1 hour 40 left to go,
anything can still happen in this race.
Pitting now is actually not that bad. Let's try and. So if you pitted at 1 hour 40, you're doing roughly 32 to 35 minute stints. So obviously you'll be coming in with an hour and 8 left to go. Yeah, you'd be looking for you're basically timing it where, you know, even if you say that little bit extra fuel, you're actually timing it where you'll be in the pit lane. It'll be a 17-lap stint at the end. Yeah. Right, which is actually pretty good because you're taking advantage of a slightly lighter car for a majority of the race. So maybe it is, as the cool kids would say, a giga-brain strategy from Porsche Coanda. They are quite good when it comes to strategy, but we do doubt them because I don't know why. Yeah,
Sim Maranello in the pits, as are the number 20. So look lively, Lewis. Number 20.
No, sorry, because I'm not writing this down.
Mitchell de Jong. What do you think you came here for? Mitchell de Jong is in the pit lane. This is going to be you for 24 hours, by the way. You're not going to get a break next time.
Oh my God! This is why you have the big book. It's in the car,
and that's coming out.
You wait till version. Technically, it'll be version 3 if you count the GB3/4 one, but it'll be version.
I think we should have a trailer for it. I think we should have a trailer for it next round.
The big book. It's gonna be. I want it to be way more.
I like the idea of the camera on the pen.
Nice. I'm not Susie Dent though. That's the problem. No, you
can't put it on the table because it will break this.
It weighed 3.2 kilos.
Did it actually?
Yeah. That is a lot of trees. But it had all of that information that I wanted. The things that needed a sturdier folder, because you know the metal clips in the folder.
Yeah.
They weren't strong enough to withstand the weight of all of that paper.
Right. Oh yeah.
So we need a bit of work. We need to find a solution on that one. But that's fine. I say we. That's the royal we, obviously. Definitely, it's the burden. It's on my shoulders. A few in the pit lane. Colin Spork also in the number 36 Alpine Esports coming in on the same lap, same as Gianmarco Fiducci. Let me write these ones down because he hasn't even started with these.
Well, interested to see what happens to Alpine in these final couple of stints now. We're watching the number 77 Proton car trying to get past P1 Esports. Coming up to the chicane. Let's see if they can get this move done. GTEs, we won't see them in until the, well, certainly not the P1 car anyway, until another 20 minutes. And we'll see them coming in for their next round of stops. What should be their final rounds of stops, really. They can get underneath the hour. On the brakes and in towards La Source they go.
Porsche on Porsche. It's the kind of thing where you kind of like, in a GTE battle, you genuinely want to fight a different car. You don't like fighting a variant of your own car, because the problem is any advantage that you have, they have. Any disadvantage that you have, they have.
When something like this happens,
it's what could open the door.
Traffic.
But if you're against you're in a Porsche, you're against a Ferrari, right? You know that Ferrari is faster at the end of the camera straight than you are, and that's fine, because you're faster through places like the bus stop. You're faster on the exit of those kind of corners. You're faster even through the middle point of Puyo. But either way, that was extremely close. Wow.
Yeah, this is good stuff from Proton. They took that very well. Into the pits comes Axel again. It's been a real bad race for them, and that has been for causing avoidable contact with Project One. So not a good race for them either, sadly. But Axel will pay the price for that. Now 888 are being caught by the number 99. So that battle is going to resume, RHG versus Red Bull, albeit with different drivers. Risto Cabot and Dennis Jordan now in the cars. Replay looks.
So we've got the 18 now having a bit of a spin. I did think I heard someone spinning elsewhere. It might have just been the audio of this, to be honest. But yeah, the 18 having a bit of a moment. Ozil Diran struggling to get going as well. I thought someone might have spun going into the source. I was just based on audio, so it might have just been that stuck in my ear by that Cam guy who does the audio. His name might be Cam, but he doesn't deal with the cameras. He deals with the audio, so it's very confusing. But yeah, a bit of a spin there. It's a light one. It's easily done. Also, the 77, as you said, Pashgergis did get past the 111 P1 Esports car. So there was a position switch. And this could be a big one. This is Alpine coming up to the rear end. This is a lap difference between the two of them. But Alpine getting through, because they need to get on with this right now, because they've already made that stop. They're already on, once again, on the soft. They're going aggressive. So they just need to clear this straight away.
Can't waste any time. In the Alpine car, Tom Lartilu, who started the race for them, now making his way through, gets past that satellite car and needs to get a move on. Drops to 12th place so far, but there are other teams yet to stop, like the one we are looking at, which is our leaders now, AMG Petronas. So we expect them in, what lap now do we expect them in? This is at 128 down. We're expecting them in. Someone needs to come and switch him back on. Wait a sec. Where's?
Sorry.
Yeah. We're expecting him in.
Who's my name?
We're expecting him in a couple of laps now.
This is the thing.
AMG Petronas.
I was dealing with some important information.
You're dealing with the fans.
No, I'm actually, no, to be fair, I was just scrolling through Facebook and seeing more of what you're saying. No, when are we expecting Mercedes in? So obviously they came in on 1:14, so we are expecting them in towards the likes of 1:32. Which will be in about 4 laps time. We'll see them come into the pit lane. All right? Does that make you feel better? He's crying. He's gone. He's gone. He's so disappointed in himself for coming onto this broadcast and saying he got 13.5 points on that quiz, which is just rubbish. Oh dear. I hope everyone's gone over onto social media to find out. Although, to be fair, actually, your lie was not quite as bad as Martin's, who came in here, and I was sat in your seat. He was like, I got 15. And I was like, did you? And he was like, well, you have to go. Right? You have to go on a social media. No, I was so split, and he just looked over at me and laughed. worst I've ever felt in my life.
I think I don't know. I wouldn't have known what to say.
Well, now I do. Rubbish. On board with the Oracle Red Bull Racing Esports car on the rear end of RAG, of course, this one being driven once again by Dennis Jordan. Risto Kappa behind the wheel of that Triple H. Struggling a little bit on tyres, must be said. And the Satellite Racing car, that is not for this one. But again, they have had a warning in that Satellite Racing car about not obeying blue flags. And really does need to jump out of the way of Risto Kappa.
That looked like it wasn't going to work with it. The Triple H. Yeah.
If I was Risto, I'd be pretty irritated as well.
Showing its frustration on the exit. So we said this battle was going to resume, and here it is. It's going to kick off now between the Triple Eight and the 99. So RHG versus Red Bull. Once again, different drivers in the cars this time, and the other way round. This time it's Red Bull, the ones trying to get past, and we jump on board with them now down the Camel Straight. Red Bull are going to pull to the inside. It wasn't covered off. It didn't need to be covered off. RHG had that more than under control, and they stay in 6th place. So still fighting over this 6th place are these two. Up the road in P5 is the 77 Proton, which is out of sync, remember, with the rest. Then Nick Nielsen, World Endurance Championship racer, is in the SF Velas eSport car. Great to see him out there. Regular racer in Le Mans Virtual Series now. Marla are in 3rd place on for what would be a personal best result for them, I think. And then we have ProDrive looking for back-to-back 2nd place finishes. And then Chris Lullum in Team Redline. They're looking for back-to-back wins at the 6 Hours of Spa. Another win for them would be fantastic, and their 4th Le Mans Virtual Series victory.
And less out of nowhere than last year's one, it must be said, because last year it was sort of a bit like, whoa, the 71's like they're leading, are they going to be able to make it? And it was all that big drama, and then they did. Let's take a look as to what happened. This is how the 11 got sent off by the Axel Sport car. That's where the drive-through came from. I mean, that is not clean. Yeah. I mean, he made the corner. Most of courtesy of slowed down quite a bit by that Porsche.
He was assisted in his braking.
Yeah, that was yeah. I mean, the thing is, because I know a lot of people will be like, oh, drive-through is very harsh for that, especially around here. The track doesn't matter, right, on that one. Let's just clarify that, is that whether it is here or Monza or Sebring, Bahrain, Le Mans, it is a drive-through penalty. Just because the pit lane is really, really long doesn't mean they go, oh, it would be a drive-through at Monza, which means it would be that's a 20-second penalty then. No. A drive-through's a drive. It's consistent on that side, so that's fine. It's just you happen to lose more time because of the track. Tough. Motorsport's not fair. Get on with it. I would say that, you know, especially with the penalties that we've got, everyone kind of jumps on the whole thing of like, just because F1 are doing the 5-second and the 10-second time penalties to be added onto a pit stop, like everyone doesn't need to do that, and we don't. It is it's no further action, warning, reprimand, drive-through.
Yeah. And
then stop and go, and then goodbye. Literally, that's the rate of penalties. There are a couple of ones, in and out of there, but realistically, that's how it goes. So, for me, that's this thing. Is it a reprimand? No, not really. It's a bit more than that. What's a bit more than that on our penalties? A drive-through.
Yeah.
Simple as.
Yeah, it was closed in very, very quickly, it has to be said.
It's unsafe driving through traffic.
Yeah.
Simple as. Yes,
and it could have ended very badly there for Project One. That could have seen them spat off straight into the barriers, and it was lucky that they didn't, to be honest. So the 888 and the 99 still fight away with each other. Here just behind we see the Porsche making its way through, the number 23 Porsche. Now they stopped a little while ago. We're still waiting to see AMG, Team Petronas come in, and Team Redline coming in. Now the gap between Team Red, thank you. The gap between, listening this time, wasn't he? The gap between Team Redline and AMG Team Petronas, 11.5 seconds. Last time round, Rietveld was 7/10 quicker. So we'll keep an eye on what happens between those two. Likewise, this battle between RHG, AMG Team Williams and Next View as well, that pack as well, which also involves well, we've got the 23 in that, but that trio of cars likewise. Ah,
yeah, I was
18.
about to say this.
Yes, Lewis.
Just saw it on race control, getting a drive-through penalty for ignoring blue flag. It was between themselves and the 36. So
Alpine,
they ignored blue flags versus the Alpine, and that's. I'm sure it wasn't just that one time.
No, Alpine hasn't dropped back, have they? No.
Because of the pit stop.
Yeah.
It's just because of the pit.
Just
I had
pit stop.
because they're out of sequence time-wise as well as
When you look at it, it looks like something really bad has just happened to them, doesn't it? But
yeah, I've had like it's caught me out 3 times now on this podcast. Like, oh my God, what has happened? Oh no, they're fine. They're fine. Wow, they've done such a good job to bounce back. They're up into 7th, and it's like that's just where they were running.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, we did say it at the start. They're going to have a pit stop, stay where they are, then have a pit stop, drop back, then have a it's going to be very confusing.
I mean, it's not easy. Not easy. It's not hard to confuse, isn't it?
No,
it's very easy.
No.
So again,
as Grow the commentator shows you.
Are you going to tell everyone how many you actually got?
No, they have to go and watch it to find that out.
Fair enough.
Well,
Just really want to. Yeah, it's fine. Never mind. We'll move on. Go and watch it on social media.
Then you can find out.
I did better than expected. I can't believe I got 20 out of 15. Anyway,
I know. I think next time you'll be the one hosting it and asking the questions.
To be fair, we couldn't have done much worse than last time, where you got 1 out of 5, Martin got 1 out of 5, and I got 2 out of 5 as the highest score was less than half.
That's bad.
That is awful.
Yeah.
And there were some questions in there we definitely shouldn't have made mistakes on. Like, for example, was it the fastest?
Oh, Red Bull.
Yeah,
we'll Triple Eight.
To get off that topic, we'll move on from our embarrassing stories
that
of
saved
quizzes.
us. Thank you, Red Bull.
Dennis Jordan making a spot on Risto Capit.
Yeah, good stuff. Good move there. Red Bull getting past the Triple Eight car. We're 20 minutes away from stops, roughly, and now Risto Capit, is he going to chuck one down? No, stays behind. But Oracle Red Bull Racing into 6th place. These 2 big names in esports as well, aren't they? Dennis Jordan and Risto Capit.
Yeah, particularly on rFactor 2. If you look at, especially in endurance stuff, Dennis Jordan's got a whole heap of experience, and coming in through the middle of that, being the number 4, which I believe is being driven by Bent Viscal at the moment. So nice. Good effort, lovely to see. Obviously, getting their pro driver into the ranks. All teams need to tick off a pro driver at some point this season, and the Van Wall burst car using this occasion. But yeah, those 2, these 2 here, being Dennis Jordan, Risto Capit, they've been at the tippy top of sim racing on RF2, or like at least kind of up there since realistically about. I'd say this started moving forward about 2016. Risto Capit, I think, might have been 2015. But I remember battling for the final points-paying position in a second-tier open-wheeled league with Dennis Jordan the entire race at Albert Park. And every time I see him racing at the top end of this and all the championships he's won, I was like, I did beat him for that points-paying finish there, so that's fine. It is what it is. I'm not saying it's fine. They're both very, very good drivers. They're both irritatingly consistent. That's the thing, is that they don't typically do many silly things on track, but their lap times are normally very, very consistent. They're normally very, very predictable. They know how to deal with lap traffic from any side. They've done endurance racing in the highest category, in the lowest category, in the middle category. They've done it all when it comes to stuff. So they're pretty trusty pilots to put behind the wheel of the car.
They are. Next few Van will come into the pits. Team Redline do a personal best as well, 159.7. So they are pushing everything now they have at this to try and get after that number 63 AMG Team Petronas car. Here we see the 888 of Risto Capit dropping back. Red Bull are setting a good place here. They are just starting to pull away now from the 888 car. This is for 6th place in GTE. Chris Lullum, the leader for Redline, then ProDrive in 2nd place. Then it is the Marla team in 3rd place next along. And then we have SF Velas, Proton, Red Bull, RHG, Simset, D Station on to take a 10th 9th place finish. So good work that. That would be a personal best result for D Station if they can finish in 9th to beat their current best result of 10th. And then Project One rounding out your top 10 so far. A decent recovery given the positions they've been in on a couple of occasions so far in this race.
You can see Dennis Jordan is on the top of that, and then Risto Caput on the bottom. Dennis Jordan, always noted as being a driver who races in sim racing, much like his good friend Alex Siebel, who was in the same car. They race with the lights off, which it's always an interesting one, because it's kind of like everyone's just like, oh no, I'd love to race with the lights off. And it's like, yeah, but you are always racing with the lights on. Meanwhile, the 63 comes into pit lane, and I get pointed to write down on my bit of paper. They have gone slightly longer than expected. They've gone 19 laps, both them and I believe the one. Have gone 19
Team
laps.
Redline in, number 8 RHG is in as well. AMG Team Williams in the 53 also in to the pit lane.
It's just very. I'm very struggling to track all of this. I'm very struggling. Nice English. No, it's just. I mean, there's, like I said, when you've got to understand, for like race engineers for each of the teams, they are tracking not their own strategy. They're tracking everyone else's that they think they're going to be battling with, and then even a couple outside of that, like they might be tracking like the Alpine or whatever, and even Fordzilla or something, to be like, just in case, what are they doing, so that they're not caught at the end of the race to be like, oh, we didn't win.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Porsche Co-Anda retake the lead. Josh Rogers and Mitchell de Jong 1 and 2. Here is the AMG Team Petronas car with Bono House, who was at the wheel. Will he still be at the wheel when they come out onto the circuit? Yes. Bono House in the car makes his way out onto the circuit. RHG, AMG Team Williams, Team Redline will be shortly behind them. Team Redline appear next out of pit lane. We're watching Arnage following Rocket Sim Sport. They both go past In Speed, who will be looking for a second straight finish of the season. They didn't quite make it to the flag at round 1 after running out of fuel. But they got safely home last time. BS Competition fighting away with Project One. This looks like
the last time.
Down to round 2, down to the bus stop chicane, and that's a lot safer this time. BS Competition going through, and that will be a change of position for 10th place.
Yeah, I mean, again, it is literally the fear of. I've seen this before between these two battling about 4 hours and 45 minutes ago, and it ended in a bit of contact.
Oh,
so
I thought you meant somewhere else.
No.
Oh, all right, I was going to say.
No, these two obviously just switching over on that one. So Ibrahim Khan getting past Florian Haase through all of that. I've got to say, by the way, we did see again the Arnage competition. Jimmy Antunes, got to give a bit of a shout out. Definitely not an rFactor 2 specialist, but trying to learn his craft on other simulators. We're seeing from quite a few other drivers. I'm still owed. No, that sounds so hard when I say that, but I'm going to go with it. I'm being told that I'm being sent an Arnage competition T-shirt.
Are you?
Yeah, because I think they do look quite good. Some sim teams do send me random things. I got my NetRex Grand Prix T-shirt at the weekend.
Nice.
Yeah, it's like, I'm picking up all of the sim racing gear. So any sim racing teams out there that want to send me some sim racing gear,
you're going to have all the merch.
Yeah, go for it. It'll go into my drawer of forgotten about. I've got an RAG T-shirt.
Yeah,
I've got quite a bit of RAG merch actually.
Yeah,
yeah. I've got a little model RAG car. I've got an RAG cap. Not I'm not a massive RAG fanboy. I do like a bit of RAG. Yes, just didn't invent it. And just kept. They sent me loads of stuff to show on a broadcast. And I was like, yeah, I'm keeping all this. Sorry, you never get it back.
It went into the drawer, did it?
It's not in the drawer. It's actually on display. Actually, as we ride back on board with Jimmy Antunes. Ooh, a little bit of a squeeze over from the Rocket, just coming over the nose to the touch of the Arnage competition car. As much as it's for 18th, 17th, 18th spot, it's still a feisty battle.
Yeah. One day this could be the battle for the lead. That's how you've got to treat it when you're in these battles. One day you could have this exact same fight, albeit for first or third. So treat it the same way as they now come. Oh, this could get tasty. Down towards Eau Rouge. Who's going to back off first? It's the Rocket car which blinks first, and that sees Arnage going through and up into 17th place. Now, looking at points, obviously we're on the 25 points, so 25, 18, 15 system. out of this, Floyd Van Wall, where are they currently? They're down there in 11th place, so they're going to lose some ground over this, are they? Or, yeah. So unfortunately, but looking at the number 20, they're going to gain some. They're going to gain some ground here in this one. They're going to gain a good sort of 13 or so points on the likes of Porsche. So we could see the gaps at least halved, and the likes of Porsche coming into play here.
Well, you've got to treat this a little bit, this season very much tactically, especially. So it's kind of like you treat the season in two halves, right? There is the 4 races before Le Mans Virtual, and then there is Le Mans Virtual,
right? Which is double points.
You've got to treat them as two things. Even if you are outside of the championship contention for a normal round, you've got to remember that it's double points for Le Mans Virtual. It's the difference between 50 and 36 between first and second. It's a massive margin. That's first and second. Obviously it's an enormous victory, and it's reflected in the points as such. We'll ride on board, though, with the number 77. This one is Pash Gergis. Niklas Nielsen behind the wheel of the SF Velas car. Straight down the inside, Gergis is going to go, and he takes over 4th position. But yeah, going back to the point, you kind of almost have to treat one of the rounds before going into Le Mans. Obviously, you've got to run a pro driver. Now, if you don't have a great pro driver, whatever, you don't have one thrown, and obviously they've had some great ones with the Werbesendung sports with like Dillman and that lot. If you don't have that pro driver for a round or whatever, sometimes you do just need to put in a pro driver, almost accept that this round might not go so well. We'll give it our best, we'll try and get a few points, and just accept that sometimes you've got to sacrifice it just to keep within the rules and to make sure that you can actually do Le Mans in January.
Yeah. Now we'll see Red Bull, BMW Team Redline, if they finish where they are, they will take the championship lead. ProDrive will move up a few places as well. They're currently 7th, but we could see them move up to potentially 3rd place. And likewise, we will see SF Velas will do well out of this as well. They're currently up there, so we'll see them within the top 3 spots as well. Red Bull will be the ones who potentially suffer a little bit, dropping a couple of positions in the championship. But that win at the first round will serve them very, very well still.
Well, I thought after last race, after they had a really torrid time of things back in Monza, again, first corner incident actually. Of course, they were sent over by the Project One. By Dura Esports, just sent basically over the inside of the first corner, got a lot of damage and struggle. And then when that broadcast finished, they were like, yes, they're still the championship leaders. And I was like, well, what? Sorry?
Yeah.
I mean, they're still the championship leaders because points and a half, obviously, from Bahrain. It's serving them wonders because they won an important race like that. Yeah. I know every race is important, but they won.
But then don't forget, remember our 2nd place finishes in the championship last year. You missed out by, in the end, what was only half a point. In fact, our championship winners, more like Real Team Hydrogen Redline, had a DNF and a 19th and still went on to win the championship. So it's not over until it's over.
Well, because they won. What was their other results? They won the first.
They won the first race.
They finished 3rd.
They won the first race. They DNF'd here. They got a 19th, then the 3rd at Sebring, and then they won the 24-hour Le Mans.
So as we're looking at this fight, we've got a couple of drivers here, of course, D Station and Simsa. Not sure which way around they are on this. D Station are on the green T-shirt. The green T-shirt does normally give it away, so there is that. That'll be Remy Delorme behind the wheel, Schindler behind the wheel on the top in the Simsa Esports car.
Yeah, had a bit of a moment coming out of La Source, and you can see that made it easy for the traffic for the prototype to come through down the hill. Okay, R8G 18 returning out of pit lane as well. Let's look at where we are now. Alpine are lining up a move. Speaking of R8G, they're about to line up a move on one of the R8G cars as well for 5th place. Tom Lartilou, feels like we've said his names plenty of times. I know Alpine, that aggressive strategy has definitely worked in airtime, hasn't it? We've seen a lot of them in this race. We all love teams who go for aggressive strategies, and it's been really fantastic to follow. Actually, it's been a great story to watch all race. We'll see how it comes to a close in the next hour and 10 minutes. But they're about to put off a move for 5th place, and here they are on screen now. So I think we could even see this one done down towards the first corner if they can get a good exit here, or it will be down the Canal Straight possibly. They're not far after this. 22 seconds is red line up the road, so the next prototypes we see are back markers.
Yeah, and obviously this Alpine's on the same timing on strategy as the 23 and the 20, so if they can make it, then obviously this car on board can make it. And the longer we go into this, the more I'm like, yeah, they've got 2 more stops on the same as basically everyone else. Top of the screen, that one is Marcel Cinčić. He's almost in exactly the same setup and same room as Tom Lartier, who's there on the right side. They've also used the same aspect ratio on the cameras, so that's brilliant. The Alpine Esports will get through into that spot. Marcel Cinčić kind of...
Oh my, that was so close.
Yeah, I was a bit scared there. Or Sim Marinello going over the curve
really
as
scared
well.
me. Wow.
Goodness. I don't think Marcel Cinčić liked that one too much.
Oh wow, that was close.
Bit of heart racing. I did. So it was around here where again Colin Sport, he drives the Alpine. He was doing a stream on the Alpine, the official Alpine Twitch, and it was around Spa. And he said, if I take my hands off the wheel, you'll see what's going to happen. And it literally was like the wheel just started shaking. Basically, where if you like releases pressure from the wheel too much, it will shake the wheel out of his hand.
Oh really?
And so when you make contact with it. If you have a little bit of wheel-to-wheel contact and stuff, if you're on a direct drive wheel, trust me, that thing can be thrown out of your hands even if you're in the middle of the straight. Because it's, there is a lot of force behind these wheels, and you've got to be quite strong. As we saw, the buff man himself, Jene Simičić, putting some laps in qualifying. You can see how strong he is throwing the car around. My goodness, I don't want to pick a fight with him.
Not at all. Not at all.
It's not quite as extreme as that lap they had for pole position at Nordschleife.
I don't think we've seen him in this race.
Yeah, we've seen him out on track.
Have we?
Yeah.
I've seen him personally.
Oh, no, I don't think so. No, we saw him in qualifying, obviously. I still maintain
So guys, seems the stream has died. See, what are they looking at? Well, noise. They got a stream going. I wish I could show our own car, but I mean, obviously smart to do it like this. Good branding. And obviously makes total sense. Just well, the good news is that we're going to jump back into the car soon. Yes, Max plays out. That is true.
Been one of those Porsche Coanda cars. Yes, in fact it was. It was the former race leader, car number 23. Has gone into the pits. So that's the situation there then. That's why we've gained another position on this 142nd lap. And so hopefully towards the end of this stint then, it's hopefully going to be a number of laps time. Well, we would certainly hope so, given that there is now
it's just that I've
45. Again, we don't know whether this is in litres or in kilos, but there's 45 somethings worth of fuel on board. You can see there in the sort of bottom centre of the screen. And yeah, this is then shaping out to be an interesting conclusion to this particular race.
Martin Winde, sadly I do not know how to do this. I advise you to talk to Marcel Offermans. He might be able to tell you.
Because then Nico can push on 18 or something.
But only if you're sure it's gonna be a 20 lap stint.
Yeah,
like if I need to do it.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I mean,
I'm just gonna push for 19 and we'll see.
James
Okay.
believes they don't need to go for a 19 lap stint, for a 20 lap stint in the last one.
So then up the hill then towards the end of Eau Rouge, towards the end of the Kemmel Straight, I should say, which is after Eau Radion. Now, of course, this part of the circuit, whilst it doesn't really look like it, this is actually constantly uphill, all the way here up to Les Combes, then through towards Malmedy, and then it's really from this point on that then the circuit starts to drop all the way down until you get towards the start-finish line again. It's more sort of after Blanchimont, really. That's when you start to end up seeing the car.
In that scenario.
9 laps, copy.
We'll look at some highlights so far then. This is from the very start. So this was around 4 hours ago, now 4.5 hours ago. We kicked things off with Josh Rogers leading the way for the 6 hours of Spa in towards the first corner. Diogo Pinto to his outsiders. They made their way down through Eau Rouge and up Radion, but immediately, Lewis, an incident straight away up the hill.
Yeah, BS competition and Project 1 by Durr getting into contact through the first corner. So a bit of a spin going through the first section of the very start of the race. Obviously a bit of a start there, a bit of an issue for the SF Velas car. It was a solo half spin, so it wasn't too major. D Station and BS competition battling it out a bit further down, whilst BS competition were trying to rise their way up the order into the side of D Station, and a drive-through penalty would go the way of the 89.
Downhill, we have a look. This was unfortunately where Williams had some issues of their own. a disconnect for them as they went up the hill, and it was very fortunate that they didn't take another car with them. They would rejoin with a lot of damage and would go back through. This was a fantastic sequence. James Baldwin going round the outside through Blanchimont there, and then down the inside into the bus stop chicane. 3 of the prototypes all fighting away with each other. Team Redline would get a penalty, a drive through for spinning round BS competition there as they came into the Piff Paff, and this would be them coming into the pits to serve that drive through penalty as they made their way out. Then the 444 car, this would be just the wrong place at the wrong time for them as things Constantina'd up. They found themselves going straight into the back of someone. Unfortunate luck for them. Sim Maranello, it's been a up and down day for them, but they're continuing to fight on to try and get themselves back into contention in this race, and this was them going past P1 Esport, a well-executed move for them. 2 teams who have found themselves fighting with each other, it seems, for a very long time in this race, as we now watch the likes of the Van Wall team, who also made their way round that team. It's not been the best of sequence of races so far for them, but still some ways to go. We had a penalty for Axel for going straight into the back of Project One here. The blue flags, Project One trying to keep out of the way. Axel went straight into the back of them, and they would be given a penalty for that. This is then Proton getting down the inside of the SF Velas car for 4th place in GTE, and this is now live pictures, and this is as they make their way around the Piff around Laycombe, sorry, and this is now Martin Haven back with us.
Yes.
Martin, welcome back.
It's been an up and down race for all sorts of reasons.
You bring some racing with you.
I do bring some racing with you. Well, what's happened actually is that Motorsport Games HQ here, we have lost our internet connection. So the race has been going on the servers remotely, just that race control hasn't been able to show you it. We are now starting to patch that back together. So as Chris makes his way out to try and either catch a train if the trains are running, or a coach if they're not, and get home, then Lewis McGlade rejoins us for the final hour of the race. And
servers running
obviously with the way the fuel situation, the pit stop situation is working out, we are going to discover pretty quickly, as it is now 55 minutes towards the end of the race.
Smooth.
Exactly.
Thank you for the follow, appreciate it.
All the little scribbles that I started writing down much too late, where Porsche are finding themselves,
we soon gonna get
where
the
everybody else is finding themselves. I mean, it's the 2 Porsche cars, and it's the #1 red line. Well, it's the #1 red line car, and everybody who's sort of on sync with them, because either Porsche Commander are going to suddenly go, hooray, yes, brilliant, we have managed to out-fumble them, and you know, we can get a full stop in and we're fine, and they'll have to stop a bit later for less time, but or they've really completely messed up. And it's hard to imagine they've messed up comprehensively, but there are 2 very different sets of strategies going on here, aren't there?
Yeah, it's the whole thing with their strategy, the philosophy, of course, is that Porsche Commander have got a bit more aggressive. So essentially what it looks like is that there might have been, so let's say, for example, you start at this, the very beginning of the race, and you realise that actually, if we were to run the full 18 laps, at the end of the race, we're going to have a stop with 10 laps left to go. And you kind of think, well, yeah, fair enough. That's kind of a longer splash and dash, so fair enough. But then if you kind of go, and I think it's what Porsche Commander have done, is they've gone, well, I don't really want to stop with 10 laps left to go in the race. I would rather those 10 laps be taken out from other parts of the race. That's why they've dropped it down to 17 laps. So they're doing 17 lap stints. And so the last stint will be a little bit longer, but they're effectively, they are lighter for a longer period. As we look here, we've got one of the Porsche Commander cars with a switch there. Was that for position against the red line car? It was indeed 4 positions. This is the 23 at the moment, which I believe is Josh Rogers behind the wheel, trying to battle it out with Jeffrey Rietveld, I believe. My goodness, it's very aggressive between these 2. Of course, sorry, it's not Jeffrey Rietveld, it's the other one, it's number 2, which would be Schmiedel behind the wheel. Going, full guns, because as much as it says 6th on the side of the car, this could be big later on. We will get TV graphics, by the way, back to you as soon as we can.
And that's absolutely the point, is that right now, both the Porsche
lap count
Commander camp and the everybody else camp have got to completely ignore where the other half of the equation is on track, because a bit like a handicap race where the fastest car starts with a big disadvantage and gradually catches and everybody should be equal at the line, that's the way this is going to go. Where you are now is less important than what your lap times are now and how close to the maximum speed. So again, you know, if Porsche have looked at this and gone, instead of doing 18, we're going to do 17 at even harder, you know, rate of progress, and to hell with fuel saving or anything else like that, we're just absolutely going to blitz it. That only works if you can extract the maximum from the car on every single lap of the 6 hours. It goes without saying that that's what everybody is trying to do, but there are different ways of doing it. You know, if they're doing 17 or 18 laps and the #1 red line car is doing 20 or 21, then at the end there's going to be a big half, or even, you know, getting towards a full stint discrepancy. And there seems to be a couple of similar things going on in the GTE class as well. That's harder to follow because we're not seeing so much of them, and we didn't start writing things down.
No,
at the beginning of the race,
because we're very unorganised in this.
We need a lap. Well, you see, if you had a lap charter, if you had a lap charter or a laptop that did it for you, which is the way, you know, modern things work, then it would tell you. Yeah, it would tell you when they stopped and how many laps they've got left, and then you can start to sort of extrapolate backwards if you've got the mental capacity, which we don't.
We need Alan McNish's strategy laptop back. It's just, it made my life a lot easier, mostly because he knew how to work. He gave it to me in that first Le Mans virtual. He was like, you know, you'll be all right. And I looked at it and I was like, no,
you're good. No. Yeah, see, my real drum with the strategy laptop when we're using it in World Endurance is that if I touch something, then I'm guaranteed to reset it. And so suddenly, especially at Le Mans, you know, okay, great, you know, we're 18 hours in and Haven's just reset it, so we have no idea what on earth is going on. So all the genius of the whole having a laptop thing doesn't really work.
Yeah, obviously we are a little bit in the dark because obviously our TV graphics are linked to the live timing, so we are a little bit in the dark on that one. Obviously we're trying to work things out right now. Again, trying to really channel a bit of mystic action and read what the race should be right now. It should be the 63. Butter House should be the race leader of the AMG Team Petronas Esports in the LMP category. And, of course, that recent pit stop from the 77, it'll be the 71 leading in GTE. This is the battle between the P1 Esports and the Simsa Esports car at the moment, which is a bit further down in the order in the GTE category whilst they've worked their way back up. So Simsa's had like an alright day. Schindler, I think, is still behind the wheel, but it's not quite the lofty as I think, though. They've completed their final stop, which is the important bit right now. With 50 minutes
the only Ferrari that seems to have had a really good day is the 51 car. Yeah. And actually they sort of were a little bit on the back foot in Monza, so I'm not sure how they've done what they've done or what they've actually done to make it work, but they do seem to be having the best of the Ferrari weekends here. And, you know, as we head towards Sebring being the final regular distance race, or a 4-hour-ish race before Le Mans, then, you know, that's the way you want your season to progress. You want it to be getting better as opposed to sort of having a few more ups and downs.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, especially again with how many more points are paid out, the prize money itself, which is paid out whilst we deal with the prize money for the season. Again, the $250,000 pot for the season is split not only between the LMPs and the GTEs, it's also split between the main season, or between the season itself, not the main season, it's the entire season, between the championship and then again between Le Mans. So, for example, if you are obviously last year Real Team Hydrogen Redline, they took not only the Le Mans victory but the championship victory as well. So they maximised the amount of prize money that they could take by taking the victory and the championship, because essentially it's the same prize money for winning the championship as it is for winning Le Mans. It's why it's so big.
Well, and also there's money for each of the top finishers per race as well. So if you could win every race, then basically you don't scoop all the cash, but you get as big a slice of the pie as you can possibly manage. Well, we were worried that there might have been a threat of rain in the race. Of course, you can never count anything out at Spa. Inside the final hour, inside the final 5 minutes, anything could still happen. But most of the teams were sort of
Copy. Is Brzezinski stopping with us? Have you gained a lot of time on them? Stint? Yeah, I fear they are saving for the extra lap. Damien, I have shut down Discord. You need to update me on the numbers. Okay, they are out of reach. Yeah. What do you want me to do? Save at +1 or for the potential necessity? Yeah, I'm talking. I'm asking Damian. Stood.
Not 20.
No, 21. Yep. Race was quicker than last year, I think.
Oh, you should have told me then. I had chance to do extra this one on this.
David Kerekes, thank you for your subscription on the YouTube channel. Appreciate it. Thank you, Martin. I think Bono's in the pit, right?
He was lap before. I need your lap counter.
Finishing 154.
Thank you.
Michi, do you want us to report him or?
No. No. Not yet. I want to have a report on the lap count.
We are on it.
Okay, my lifetime is back.
The gaps are broken still.
Copy. Which car is who is, or was who is this Baldwin in now? Which car was who is it the car with Baldwin?
Yes.
Do you need his count?
I need to know when he crosses the line because I can't see on the minimap on your stream.
I will tell you.
Or the time left when he crosses the line.
Understood. $28.04.
Oof! There was a crash.
$158 laps, 28.04 to go.
I'm on it.
Oh, this is hyper tight. He's lapping 59.6. Oh no, that was Roger, sorry. Baldwin is 21.1 last lap.
He needs 00.28 on average to make it 73.
I'll go push then.
If he does 00.3 or slower, it is 72.
So which cars ahead of us still need to pit?
Both Hondas and Alpine.
Hey Yuri. I'm more interested about the 20. I think the 21 is out of reach anyway. Ah, 99999. Oh, Baldwin did 59.9. Oh, fuck. I don't know what to do.
First lap, right? He will have GTs and stuff. But we are on it.
But we're still aim for 21.
Yeah, like, no one is catching you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, then better play it safe because I don't think like only Alpine will pit.
I'm not sure about like when the 20 comes in. What's the gap? Never mind, they are too far anyway.
Yeah.
Come on.
Uh, 72 laps maximum.
Right. I've got fuel target 400 then. That confirmed?
Yeah.
Yeah. 73 not possible.
Middle pitted too. Oh no, sorry, that was Spork. Kipango Racing, thank you for the follow, appreciate it. Yep, we're bringing it home.
It will be 171 laps with 10 seconds margin.
What?
Yeah.
How? $171.
Yeah, I think so.
We're on lap 171 now and got 3 minutes to go.
Alright, so life timing still lies.
Yep.
Okay, it's now 2 minutes to go. Leader is at 170.4. Oh no, 170.9. Yeah, 172 laps it is.
Yeah, life timing says it is 1 lap less than it actually is.
Leader on the last lap. Leader on the last lap.
Greg Meister, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Thank you, Crackmaster. Appreciate it. Yeah, not too sure if I want Erhan to take third. My lap average is so shit now.
What do you mean?
Yeah, like 202 or so. Anyway, we're home.
Ah, it's fine. By the way, the live timing says the leader have done 171 laps, but it was 172. This is why it was so confusing.
Yeah, it's fine. Guys, I guess P7 is good.
Yeah.
Solid result after all.
Yeah, I hoped for a bit more at some point, but then I think we didn't have pace, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it's fine. Like, even without your spin, we would have probably just had a shit last stint, and then we would have started saving the first 10 laps too much, losing the position and not getting it back.
Yeah. No, when I spun, I was already behind Williams. So.
Yeah, okay.
I was only ahead for a brief moment, but then I was a silly mistake when I was lapping GT, so he just overtook me back.
Tristan Jasper,
and I think
thank
at
you
that
so
point I
much
was able
for
to
your
like
subscription.
keep up with them, but we would need to fight with them till the last stint, and now we had to do like they were able to save one lap somewhere at that point, so I don't think. I think we.
Right, guys. It is P7. It is alright. That takes us to the end here of the 6 hours of Spa, guys. I appreciate your time. I appreciate you joining us here on the stream. Thank you for your time. If you appreciate the sim racing stuff we do, please subscribe to the YouTube channel. Follow up on Twitch. Come back for more streaming this week, for more tutorials. This week, certainly one is coming. And other than that, guys, enjoy your evening, everyone. Have a good one. See you and goodbye.